Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
All right. Good morning to you, Jim. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I had a good evening last night and got some sleep finally. All the kids are gone, and woke up this morning ready to go, and we had some interesting price action overnight, and a lot of the markets things are moving up, but a little bit of a low volume morning so far. I kind of gauged that by the E-mini S&P, thinking, all right, where are we at today? 112,000 contracts traded so far. It's like, okay, it's not a terrible like holiday start, but not super busy yet.
Absolutely. We have crude up again. That 65 level was bought once again, even though it kind of languished there all day yesterday. We do have crude again, and we talked about that kind of being somewhat of a floor where producers need $65 and over really to keep investing in new production and whatnot. So once again, 65 was bought, and we're up about 1.63% today.
Yeah, it begs the question though. I mean, at 65, we keep seeing buyers coming in, for a long period of time now. What is it going to take? What possibly could happen for this thing to break below that? Anything or no? Is this just pretty sticky, strong
Well,
price?
I think it's pretty sticky. We did break below it twice. Remember, we hit 55 in April
Yeah.
and May after OPEC Plus came out and announced larger than expected release into the market from or a pullback of their voluntary cuts or the tapering of their voluntary cuts. So we did hit 55, but both times was bought up quite quickly.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a great market to trade, folks, by the way. Chat, good morning. If you're not, you could check out crude oil. There's also the micro crude oil futures contract. Great place to get your feet wet, no pun intended, in the crude market. So, who's the first to chime into the chat? Is it Vanish today? Engineer Beer? I got a banner across the top of my chat, but thanks for being here with us, everybody. We have a great lineup today, as usual. So feel free to say hi in the chat, pop in questions, comments, observations. There's that thumbs up button on YouTube. We appreciate you hitting that thing along with the subscribe button. That'd be awesome. That was my gratuitous plug, Tracy, for the morning.
All right, fantastic. We do have some news items overnight. So Trump says he's readying more tariffs on Russian energy buyers this time. Remember, yesterday they came out and said that they were going to put sanctions on the shadow fleet. We talked about that yesterday. Now he said he's going to put ready more tariffs on Russian energy buyers if Russia does not ceasefire and stop the war in Ukraine by Friday. So we'll see what happens after that. He also said that he's going to raise levies on Indian exports within 24 hours. So we will maybe or maybe not hear about that because they are large buyers of Russian crude oil. So we'll keep an eye on that today to see if that happens indeed. And then in the meantime, we have U.S. Envoy Witkoff is meeting with Putin today to see if they can agree to a peace deal in Ukraine. So again, we'll keep you abreast of all of that. Then we have Trump set to fill the board vacancy by week's end, he said. He's narrowed the chair search to 4, he says, and this is for Krugler's position. We already know that it's going to be Hassett and Warsh. I'm guessing Waller's probably another, but he hasn't said so. So the last 2 we don't know, but we do know Hassett and Warsh are in the running. We'll find out by week's end who takes her place. And then we have something to watch today. Semiconductors tanked overnight in emerging markets because of the tariffs that Trump said he's going to put on later, as those are side tariffs from every other tariff, including, and that those will be with pharma and energy and whatnot. But so something to watch today. Semiconductor markets today may affect what's going on in the underlying in the NASDAQ today. So just something to watch. And then just a funny note. So Trump said Japan's going to import Ford F-150 pickup trucks. Japan said they don't know what he's talking about exactly because they're 2 meters wide and their car lanes are 2 meters wide. And so those are difficult to navigate on their roads. So we'll see what happens. But Tokyo's top negotiator is still headed to Washington to talk to Trump because we still have 27.5% tariffs on car parts. And so they're trying to negotiate that down to 15%.
There's a lot to unpack there, Tracy. Let's just circle back. Let's circle back to the FOMC for a second. Is it the expectation that this, to fill Kugler's position, it's a case of this is going to be the next FOMC head, and what we're doing is we're putting in a shadow kind of FOMC leader, or is it a case of, listen, I got 2 bites of the apple here. I'm going to throw somebody in right now, and then we're going to do some more work to figure out who's going to take over for Powell. You know what I mean? Is it going to be right away, or is there going to be a second candidate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think it's probably a combination of both. So, I think he now is able to put his like first and second choice in.
Yeah.
Right? And so we'll kind of see. It'll be interesting to see who he picks for this position. I think we'll know right away on his choice whether or not that may be the next Fed chair.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. I mean, bonds right now are they've taken a paradigm shift. I mean, we were trading in 113 handle, close to that 5% cash yield for a long period of time, and now it's like, all right, we jumped up a couple handles right now. Bonds are trading at 115.19, and that's kind of been steady as well, and yields are down closer to 4.88% there as well. So there's that expectation. The rate expectation, among other things. And I believe, if I'm right, there's a 10-year note auction today and maybe another auction tomorrow.
Yep, we have a 1 o'clock today. We have a 10-year auction. People will definitely be watching that. And then tomorrow we have the 30-year auction. So definitely the long end is where everybody's watching. So we'll be doing that. And then as far as the rest of the data for today, all we have left is crude inventories at 10:30 a.m. So light on the data. Light on the data today.
We'll probably have some Fed speakers crawl out of the woodwork, is my guess. Also.
Yeah, so far I've seen Collins, Cook, and Daly up, but I'm sure there'll probably be more than that. So.
Yeah. So just kind of glancing across my quote board here, and I can't wait to talk to Brent. We have Brent Donnelly coming on the show. Right off the bat, I'm going to focus on FX because he's an expert on it. Wrote a terrific book called Alpha Trader a few years back. If you haven't seen it, it was yesterday we were talking about Brent coming on, and then Stowe and everybody was like, "Oh man, I love that book. I love that guy." And I was like, "Wow, this is a fan favorite." So I'm pumped up about having him come on in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to talk about markets, trading mindset, what he's seeing. We've got some volatility back in the market, so looking forward to a great conversation with him.
Yeah, I mean, so just looking at all the currency pairs right now, the dollar's weaker against the majors so far. We've got the crypto, I guess we'll call it the crypto asset class at the CME group. Solana. I always say Solana wrong. Is it Solana or Solana?
Solana.
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 It's Sol. Up 1.16.
It's just Sol.
We got the Sol up 1.16%. The Bitcoin is up a little bit over 0.5%. Ether up 1.25%, and our our new favorite, kind of lagging a little bit, the Ripple. MXP is the micro symbol, folks, if you're interested in that. 0.29%. Still a little light on the volume, but Ether's already got almost 50,000 contracts traded this morning. It's incredible.
It's that market is very popular, so very tradable.
For sure. Equities up across a little bit, not a huge amount. Treasury's down a little bit, not a huge amount. And you already mentioned crude oil. Nat gas is something we should talk about. It's sub $3 right now.
I know. Once again, but we'll talk about that on hot commodities because I think we're kind of getting near like a tradable bottom, but we'll go over that. Plus, we're heading into in season, though nat gas is kind of a little wild child, so you have to give it a little room there. But other than that, we're up across the board. We've got heating oil up 2.32%. And so energy across the board, except for nat gas, is up today.
Yeah, I like the heating oil contract. I just think it tells us so much about the supply chain. I mean, this is ultra low sulfur diesel
Yep.
used for shipping, rail and trucking. I mean, it should be a bigger spot. I'm amazed it's not spotlighted more and more on the news.
I'm surprised it's not either because it's kind of a bellwether of what is going on in the economy, right? And so if you look at diesel usage and prices, that can tell you a lot what's going on in our transportation sector, which is ultimately the economy because we're moving stuff all around from ports, from city to city. And so, keep an eye on that contract. I think it tells a bigger story than most people are talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, we had PMI yesterday, which seemed to be okay, I guess. And you could purchase you could purchase as many materials as you want. You still got to get it to your factory.
Absolutely. But PMI was strange yesterday because we had PMI, the S&P Global uh, Services PMI was great, and then the ISM was terrible. So, tale of two different kind of studies there.
Yeah. Chuck Cuthbert is in the chat right now saying heating oil was the first energy contract traded on the New York floor, the NYMEX floor.
Well, there you go. The
There
more
we
you
go.
know.
I would have, if that was a trivia question, Tracy, I wouldn't have known the answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either. I would have said crude oil.
Exactly. And then the metals, the gold's down a little bit. Silver, Dr. Copper, platinum up a little bit. Palladium down a lot a bit.
Palladium, we've talked about palladium before, and, I said even though it's kind of getting a sympathy bid, overall, it just doesn't face the same fundamental structure that, say, platinum does, where we do have a deficit. We're not seeing that in palladium. So, I was looking to short rallies rather than try to buy dips in that particular product.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for it. But we'll do a little bit of a dive into gold also with Brent. By the way, Brent is also president of Spectrum Markets. We'll get his X handle into the chat so you guys could follow him as well. Alpha Trader, the book, it's called The Mindset, Methodology, and Mathematics of Professional Trading, available on Amazon. Kindle version if you want. I'm kind of back to a Kindle, by the way. Not Kindle, but you do an iPad, right? You can download it on your iPad. It's way more convenient.
I don't know. I prefer actual physical books, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'm kind of converting in my dotage in my old age. Anyway, all right. So before we get Brent on though, we're gonna do a edge report, and I think it's time to do that. Let's dig into it right now. All right. Well, let's start with the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin has that, me and Tracy coined yesterday the Ninjasaurus dinosaur pattern here. only because it looks a little bit like a dinosaur. We had this really nice consolidation range that's happened for a couple of weeks, and waiting for a breakout up or down. We got the breakout down. All the moving averages, not all of them, but the moving averages are starting to continue their downward slope with that ADMA about to cross under that 21 right now, right at a 31.1% outside fib. So we're kind of at an important level right now. That's one. We'll just round it up to 114,000 on the Bitcoin. Stochastics are weak. Intraday, we do have some Menthor Q targets as well. Let's just see what those are, as well as some other targets here. Point of control, a little bit of a P-shaped volume distribution, not that much. We got 0 DTE put support and 0 DTE high vol level at that even level, 115,000. The next step up, R1 is on my radar screen, 115,700. Previous sessions highs, 115,880, and then that high vol level up at 116,000. For the bears, JX3 is kind of framing the bottom of the conversation. They had a couple of candles close below it, but yeah, this is Bitcoin, 114,000. And then we have a blind spot too from Menthor Q. These blind spots are great levels, folks. If you're not checking them out, you should. 113,595, and below that, JX4 at 113,500. Previous sessions lows are down here at 113,025. Let's just shoot over to the E-mini S&P real quickly here and check it out. Let me open up this daily chart here. What I did this time is I added a volume profile on a daily chart, and I was like, all right, let's check last week and this week. Let's combine them together, right, and see what kind of areas of interest we have. We had that double distribution on yesterday where that official point of control is up at 5409, and that could be a longer term target for the bulls. At the bottom, though, we had this pretty decent. It's hard to see in my chart. I apologize, but we have a pretty decent volume competing point of control down here. It's 62.63. And obviously, it's framing the conversation right now, but we're right in the middle of it. And what's impressive to me at this point is Monday's benchmark equal and opposite candle. The piercing line is 63.06 half. We're trading above it. In other words, we're holding our own here until we're defending this level right now. So we'll see if that continues when we get a burst up or not. Moving averages, yeah, they're starting to converge a little bit. I'm not too worried about that right now. And we have a little bit of a seller's wick today so far. Let's take a look at the intraday really quickly here, and we'll get into this with Pharm a lot more later on this morning. But point of control smack dab in the middle. This volume profile is very immature, and as we mentioned earlier, low volume, only 119,000 traded. So we'll get into some of these levels as well. But really, let's pivot at R1 is going to be important to me because it's right above the London initial balance. We didn't have follow through after the London initial balance. As a matter of fact, the opposite happened here. So we'll see what happens with the U.S. initial balance as well. Let's shoot over to the Euro FX. This is, this is a nice currency market. Remember, currency futures are the way to go, in my humble opinion. And again, we need some more relief for my September Euro trip, everybody. So let's hope this thing breaks badly. Right now, though, we're right in the daily chart. We kind of have this area of support, which has become resistance, right? The support started back on the 17th. Now I'm considering it resistance. We see that happen all the time in these longer term charts. And, that's a range, right? It's not actually a number, but just kind of visualize one spot, 1628. Give or take. It's kind of right where we're at right now. The moving averages are all kind of getting tight. They're tight together, suggesting maybe we'll have some consolidation sideways. I don't know. This is going to be probably moved all over the place with tariffs and FOMC excitement and whatever Christine Lagarde does over across the pond there. That 31.8% also is holding pretty good so far. So I don't know, a little bit of a bounce and a little bit of strength there. We'll see if we get to that high vol level at 1.165. Above that, we have that R2, and then that one day max. Again, Menthor Q, 1.16625 targets for the bulls, and there's more. We can get all the way up to the 0 DTE call resistance level at 1675. For the bears, though, we've been trading above that session VWAP. pretty nicely ever since, I don't know, 5:30 to 6 o'clock this morning. So buyers are in charge. We have that second distribution forming right here, the second competing point of control, probably going to take over in a couple seconds here, leaving us with a double distribution with a low volume node in between, which may or may not get filled. But if you're bearish here, you got that pivot really supporting the bottom of the conversation here in the Euro FX. All right, well, that is today's Edge report, and I think it's time to bring in Brent Donnelly.
Hello, hello, hello.
Brent, good morning. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being here early in the morning with us on NinjaTrader Live.
Hey, Jim. Good to be here. Hi, Tracy.
Hey,
So, Brent, we talked about the book a little bit. You've been in the currency trading business for a long period of time. Tell us a little bit about that.
You know what's insane? First of all, I appreciate the marketing, the shout out. You know what's insane? I was realizing just today, I don't know why, that this is the 30th anniversary of when I started in FX, which is pretty wild. I started in the summer of 1995. And it was a little bit random how I got onto the FX desk. I was like, I had read Liar's Poker and all that and had dreamed of becoming like some kind of flow trader, but I didn't know what trading really was. And they sat me on T-bills for one day, structured finance or like structured products for one day, and FX for one day and said, pick. And I picked FX, and here I am 30 years later. It's insane.
It is insane. You know, in the 90s, the FX business, the heyday was there was a lot of stuff in Chicago, believe it or not. In the 90s and in the early aughts, they came up with, you know, really the online trading got really popular and over the counter in the Forex. We did a lot of work with FX Solutions, Tom Plout and Walter Zook and those guys back in the day. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
ever crossed their path,
Yeah,
but
for sure. I mean, in those days, a lot of it was voice, both OTC and the pit. So we used to have the squawk from the CME or from the IMM on the desk, but it was really, really difficult because they quoted a lot of the stuff backwards and to a different date. So if you're instead of trading dollar Canada, you were trading Canada futures to a future date. So you needed this spreadsheet, and there were no APIs or anything in those days. So quite a different market.
yeah, for sure. Well, give us an overview of what do you think's going on with the dollar. I mean, I'm tracking the Euro FX only because I'm going on vacation pretty soon in Italy, and I need that thing to break.
Don't worry, you'll be paying a 4% bid offer anyway, so it won't matter. But so the crazy thing with FX is we've really had like two hardcore macro narratives. Like Trump is bullish for the dollar, will turbocharge US exceptionalism. That was kind of the theme from November until April. And then there was this hard pivot to Trump is bananifying the US and attacking all his allies and all that. And so it's super bearish for the dollar. And people were expecting that Section 899 might lead to capital flight. But then both of those realities were kind of wrong, and the truth was in the middle, and that's kind of where the dollar is now. So if you look at like most of the hypothesis for why the dollar was going to collapse, and I mean it did drop 10%. It's one of the biggest moves to start the year ever. But one of the or many of the reasons behind it, like the end of US exceptionalism, DeepSeek is going to stop AI capex, Section 899, Mar-a-Lago Accord, capital flight, like none of that stuff really came true. In fact, if you look at the tick data, the only month this year that there's been capital flowing out of the US was April. So it was a kind of an overreaction, and then positioning got too crazy. And so we've had a pretty good correction, right? From like 118 down to 114 in the euro. Now I feel like positioning is quite balanced. And then you can look at the euro a little bit like gold. Like it's kind of like this quasi safe haven that responds well to dollar debasement. It responds okay to risk aversion. And the path of least resistance, similar to gold, should be higher euro. But the thing is, on a shorter term basis, really, I think in the end, like the market has got bored of all these headlines and tariff this and tariff that and India, Brazil, whatever. People just want to see the data. So, Daily yesterday was saying like she's starting to feel comfortable that the inflationary impact of tariffs won't be that significant. And to me, that's kind of a teeny bit insane. Um, like we're sitting here in August looking at July data, and the tariffs basically started in May. The collection started in May. So you've got a lot of front loading ahead of that, which is not inflationary at all because those goods are not tariffed. So really you have like June and July data and they're saying like, okay, inflation's gonna be fine. So I think in the end it's going to come down to the data, and the US has a similar kind of data set up to the UK, which is falling demand for labor, kind of sticky inflation, but also falling supply of labor. So it's a really, really complicated setup. But overall, I think path of least resistance is lower dollar, higher euro. But I tend to be pretty nimble on these things. I mean, I've been long dollars, short dollars, and long dollars this year, and we're only in month 8.
And turning, since you did bring up daily, let's talk about the Fed right now. Obviously, you know, we have Trump and Bill Pulte kind of yelling at Powell every day to lower rates. So, you know, do you think that the Fed is okay, you know, right, not right, but do you think they're doing the correct thing by waiting, or do you think they should cut rates? And then, you know, even if they cut rates, the problem is like we had yields spike after they cut rates in September. So where does that leave the Fed right now, in your opinion?
Well, that's the nonsensical thing about what Trump is saying, is that he wants mortgage rates lower, but to get lower mortgage rates, you don't necessarily want the Fed to be cutting 300 basis points. Like if the Fed cut the way he wanted, the back end would collapse and mortgage rates would be much, much higher. But I think a lot of it is just, you know, the standard rhetoric. Like you ask for $10 and they give you 1 cent and then you say you won. So I mean, obviously, I don't think he actually wants rates 300 points lower. He just says stuff. To me, honestly, I think that the Hawks are in a little bit better position, because the assumption that you have to make as the Fed is like what is neutral and what is restrictive, and like people like Waller are saying that they're quite restrictive. But if you look at the real world, like, are they actually that restrictive? You know, inflation's been above target for 52 months in a row. You know, almost every risky asset's at the all-time highs. Credit spreads are narrow. Unemployment is low at 4.2%. And I think the tricky thing with this labor market weakness is that we're so used to, like, most of my career, you just look at the demand for labor and that's the labor market, right? Because like supply is pretty constant. You know, there's some demographic shifts, but those are happening over like 10, 20-year time horizons. But now you have a lot of supply stuff going on in the labor market. Like you had the shortages from COVID, and then the rebalancing as like we were getting a lot of new healthcare and government workers because of the great retirement, you know, so many nurses and teachers and everything left during COVID. And so now you're getting a rebalancing of that, but then now you've an immigration crackdown, which is going to reduce the supply of labor. So I think if you look in terms of slack, like labor market slack or just the slack in the economy, to me, I don't think there's much slack. And that's why inflation's staying sticky. And that's why the unemployment rate's staying low. So I don't think there's a really great argument for cuts. Waller's talking about an insurance cut, but I think you could just as easily argue for an insurance hike, given that inflation has been above target and inflation's about to go up as well. So the idea is that tariffs are a one-time shock, one-time price level change, and therefore they are not inflation. But if I'm sitting there, if I run a restaurant in New Canaan, Connecticut, and I see that, you know, a lot of companies are raising prices because of tariffs, and my salmon thing is $21.99, I can say, well, you know, if I raise my price to $23.99, that's whatever, a 6% price increase. My volumes might go down 2%. You know, what the hell? I might as well raise prices. So prices going up in the economy for whatever reason can lead other actors to raise prices. So I don't know. I'm not a fan. The thing is, though, I do try to stay away from like should versus will, because I think what they will do is a lot more important than what they should do. And the intellectual momentum is definitely moving towards cuts. But then, I mean, September is basically priced in. And then you have, as you mentioned earlier in the top of the show, you have the replacement for Kugler coming. I feel like all that stuff is a little overstated. Like it's not like Warsh is going to come in and cut rates 200 basis points. There's a committee that votes, and it's just so conditional on what the economy is doing that I maybe their reaction function will become more dovish as more Trump acolytes are appointed, but that's a very slow process. And if core PCE is 3% at the end of this year and unemployment's 4.1%, they're not cutting 100 basis points. So to me, I think it's much more conditional. Like everything I'm saying here, I think comes down to one point, which is that it's the data that matters a lot more than Trump's statements or the tariffs or whatever people at the Fed are saying. Because in the end, there's a lot of conditions where they're not going to cut.
Brent, if I could just kind of shift over to the Japanese yen. I mean, I want to. It's a major currency pair. If you're trading forex, you know about it. The futures trading, it's inverted, like you said, so we have to deal with a whole bunch of decimal points. But now that we might maybe have a trade deal with Japan, it seems like we might, and they're going to be buying F10, I think F15 pickup trucks or whatever that car is. In theory, what do you make of the yen direction?
Yeah, first off, I don't think the trade deal is really relevant to the yen. Generally, yen trades off of interest rate differentials because the yen is a good funding currency because rates are low. So it's a good currency to borrow if you want to buy things that are higher yielding. So there's always this sort of carry trade out there in the world. And the market has been trying to sell dollar yen on a lot of different theories. The one was like US recession, which comes and goes as a theory. Bank of Japan hiking rates, which they have been, but they're hiking rates very, very slowly. And in the end, the challenge with being long yen or with short dollar yen is that it's kind of expensive because the yen is a low yielder and the dollar is a high yielder. And there's also, you can look at the inputs of like volatility and equity performance as also when equities are doing well and volatility is low, people also do carry trades, which again is sell yen. So there's kind of this push and pull to me where there's reasons to sell yen, but then, I'm more bearish dollar. So I don't really love the dollar yen trade or the yen trade right now. You have generally, I think dollar yen is a really good trade during clear expansion. Then you buy dollar yen, or clear recession, you sell dollar yen. And otherwise, it becomes this kind of like ping pong thing where it's going back and forth. And it just becomes tricky, especially in an economy where I don't really think we're rolling over. I think labor demand is falling, but labor supply is falling too. So I guess the stuff to watch for in the yen is like fading the extremes or looking for either like reacceleration in the US would be super bearish yen, or recession would be super bullish yen. One last thing that's kind of interesting. It's a little tiny bit in the weeds, but I think it's relevant to people that are trading correlations and short term trading as well. Is that normally the options market has a massive skew for yen calls because when the shit hits the fan, the yen is a safe haven and the yen rips. And actually, right now, for the first time, like in recent memory, but one of the few times ever, the skew for euro calls is actually more than for yen calls. And what that is essentially saying is that euro is becoming a little bit more of a safe haven than it used to be, and the yen is becoming less of a safe haven than it used to be. And so you kind of see that in the sell-offs in various times like 2022 where the yen actually weakened when equities were going down. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. This idea that like there's always this massive carry trade out there and yen is this great safe haven isn't really true anymore. And especially because the CFTC is running a big long yen position.
Yeah. Tracy, any last thoughts for Brent?
So just what other markets are you watching right now where you think, we could have potential, outsized moves?
So the biggest theme I'm watching outside of FX is the crypto treasury stuff. I'm very bearish on those stocks other than MicroStrategy. I have been for a while, so like it's a tiny bit late to the party right now, or maybe like the entry point's not ideal. But the MicroStrategy thing was essentially providing a listed alternative to Bitcoin when there was no ETF. And then he's sort of spun all these financial engineering things into these preferreds. And like I admire what he's doing. It's pretty awesome. But then you have all these copycats and Me Too's. And there was a specific one, CEPO, which was Adam Back trying to do essentially trying to sell $1 bills for $2, and that one kind of failed. And then there was another one, ZOOZ, that failed as well. And I think that kind of marks the end of this crypto treasury fad. I think it's similar to the ICO fad in 2017, or the NFT fad in 2022, or the SPAC fad in 2021. It's just professionals getting exit liquidity from retail. And so I think the NAV of, or sorry, the price to NAV of these stocks is all going to go to one, like 1 to 1. So a lot of these things trade at like 3 times asset value, and there's absolutely no reason for them to. So I'm super bearish on all the crypto treasury stocks that are trading above 2 times NAV. I think honestly they'll end up trading at a discount. So that's kind of like a big theme that I've been watching and trading. And that
That
doesn't
is
mean I'm bearish crypto. It's a completely different trade, honestly. Or you can even do the crypto treasury versus Bitcoin trade, but I don't need to do that. It's too complicated.
Brent, that is awesome. We are out of time. I'm so glad I got to meet you. I really appreciate you being on our show with us. I want to encourage everybody, check out X for Brent. You got to look upside down to see his name, but you'll see it. It's Alpha Trader, the mindset, methodology, and mathematics of professional trading, and it's got a lot of great reviews. So Brent, again, thank you for being with me and Tracy.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks very much for having
Thank
me.
you.
All right. See ya.
All right, we're off to a great start today, Shai, and Deli's in the chat, kind of rubbing it in, saying, "Oh, we had a blast last night, and me and you are here doing all the heavy lifting."
Oh. Well, I'm glad they had fun.
No, I am too. I am too, and we're gonna hear all about it later on today. But in the meantime, it's about that time for Tape Talk with our good friend Pharm. Thank you. Man in Black today.
Morning, Jim. How are we doing?
Pretty good. I'm a little jealous, man. Me and you are hanging out, working, waking up early, and Deli and the crew are in Chicago partying with the NinjaTrader Live clan. Unbelievable.
Well, I hope they're having good fun. I would like to make that meetup, but school start and everything for the kids, not the best week for that for sure.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I know. But if you know, whenever you have packs in a group of people, you're gonna have fun. End of story.
Looking forward to meeting PAX.
Yeah, no, I haven't met him in person either. So hopefully the October meet and greet. In any event. So where are we at today, man? What do you think's going on?
Uh, I think we're in for a fight. Some fights you don't walk away from, Jim, but you walk into them anyway. This bowl is chaos, but I am consequence.
So
And
you're dressed for the fight, obviously. You got the cowboy hat, you got the black, you probably got your 6 shooter. I don't know if they call them 6 shooters anymore, ready to go.
I'm finding my conviction here, especially because it doesn't look bad, and sellers kind of shut themselves last night, early Asia session. But
Yeah.
Even if this ends me, and I'm here to break this bull today.
All right, all right. Well, we had that. I still have my eyes on that on the even the S&P. I still have my eyes on that piercing line from Monday, that big red candle equal and opposite. 60, I'm sorry, 63.06 half is the exact midpoint of that candle, the piercing line rather. And so far, we've defended it. Now we haven't wicked to it yet. We haven't got close to it yet. And today's totally in my mind, like you said early this morning, I thought, all right, everything is good. Now, with that big seller's wick at the top, I'm a little bit nervous here, and in my mind, that's the line in the sand, man. If we get a close
Yeah.
below that 63.06, just technically speaking, forget about everything else on the intraday chart. I'm a little bit worried about continuation selling to the downside.
Yeah, I think that's right. Basically, you've got, I mean, again, you had, we talked about this at the beginning of the week. You've got, the gap between Thursday's low and Friday's high. And we've traded on ES anyways, almost this entire week in between there. It's objectively is very neutral. And you kind of just got to go with the break and see which side wins, right? From my perspective and the way that I have chosen what I have chosen, um, it's important to me to see which side demonstrates weakness first into key technical areas. And I mean, I think you can argue that like, oh, well, strong sellers never would have let that, Sunday night overnight float up into Monday happen. But I mean, really, are you selling the whole in a bullish trend, or is a strong seller lurking higher to step on this thing? Whereas, bulls had their shot. They took it yesterday. We got a gap fill reversal off of Thursday's close, failed back below Thursday's low, and here we are. So they took their shot. I punished that failure yesterday, and I plan to continue doing so today until proven wrong. So if they want to lift me above yesterday's highs, then I will join the bulls after licking some wounds. But you're right, there is no damage done yet. Again, especially on ES, it is still above Monday's cash open, and then obviously Monday's cash low. We've got this monster buy program that's been in the tape forever. I mean, you have the guys talking about it on stream like that, down to the NQs, 23090s to 23100, just absolute mammoth with aggression. Well, what do you think happens if that lets go?
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be just violent retching puke, and I am here for that. And that's why I've chosen my side. They've shown their failure, and I think that if that buy program lets go, it's going to be violent. And we had a big seller show up on NQ last week. I want to say it was the 29th, 23,600 basically. And then you saw the next day it kind of floated above where he came in, I think, on that earnings, and then he just kind of stepped right back in and didn't care. And that's sort of a big key for me just to watch when that presents. And that size came back in yesterday, and I think they're going to do battle. And I've chosen my side, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, before we get to the PAX charts here, this volume node here still puzzles me. It's, this happened at the end, and it's 62, 63. It was a very, very large volume spike down here. It took me off guard a little bit, even with the equal and opposite candle. So when I'm looking for an attraction zone on the downside, that's that. I mean, that's pretty powerful, and it's at the bottom of a consolidation range that's a long-term consolidation range as well. So it's almost like two areas of interest down here, just north of that 62.50. But when I look at the intraday, I see point of control 63.45, point of control 63.24, point of control today 63.39. They're all within a few handles of each other right now. So if I didn't know anything else, and someone said, "Hey Jim, where's price happiness?" I'm saying we're there right now. I mean, this week we're there right now. I know it's a low volume start today. We only have 127,000 traded in the E-mini S&P, and the picture's a little bit different in the NASDAQ, but for the S&P anyway, it's looking pretty good. And I know there's been a bunch of, that's the other thing we should talk about. There's been a bunch of earnings that continually hit the streets this week that I'm wondering isn't providing some lift as well.
Yeah. I mean, the earnings picture has been okay, I suppose. Some of the reactions haven't been fantastic. We bid anyway. I mean, AMD was received quite poorly last night, and didn't really seem to matter because technicals mattered more, right? You had sellers make an attempt below yesterday's low. They got to literally the next spot, and it was just mega bid, right?
Yeah.
Reclaims, and then just ran it up all night, right into where we saw some sellers step in yesterday. I think some of the guys on the stream were short from that spot around the 230s, 220s. So yeah, I mean, it's been wild. This thing's bucking, on a weekly basis. We haven't even started today yet. So the weekly profile obviously is a little bit young still. But value was overlapping lower relative to last week since that primary point of control was up high. But I mean, you're right that that large volume area down there, 6260s on ES, sort of that secondary node.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where this buy program, put his his line in the sand weeks ago. This was like during my vacation, I think. It was like 6260s was the lower edge that we were working against for longs. You had that quick run down into 6241. And then, I mean, he just took it, right? And just ramped it to the heavens. And so he came under some pressure, I think, last week. And, sometimes when you see that desperation bid overnight, which we saw on Sunday, was just sort of running it up, squeeze those shorts. And then last night was like, I mean, it's been a wild overnight session, right? I mean, really big back and forth.
Yeah.
Wish I had stayed awake for it, but I mean, that's like your line, right? I mean, like right early session, like you said, we came down the spot I've been using is, 63.10 basically to 63.18. I think you can narrow that 63.10, 63.15. And then up top, you've got, 58, basically 58.66. So, I mean, this overnight range, that's the range, like that's the battle lines.
Yeah, and let's we hit the ceiling in the London initial balance, and then came back down to kind of the middle of the chart here. But let's pop up some PAX charts and see what we're looking at.
Yeah, so I've got NQ up on the 5 first.
Did I say PAX charts? I don't know why.
You said it a few times. It's all good.
Hang on a sec.
It's a compliment to me, that's for sure.
No.
Apologize to PAX though.
No, I apologize. Some Pharm charts. I don't know. You both names start with the P. I'm thinking about the story that Stowe told yesterday about Pax throwing them all in his car and giving them like the old gangster tour of Chicago, and so that's like seeped into my mind. So apologize for that. We're looking at some Pharm charts right now.
That's all good. Again, that sounds like good fun. And Pax seems like a good man, good family man. I respect that tremendously. So honestly, I don't mind that at all. I've got NQ up on the 5 just because limited time. I want to try to cover both, and it's an interesting picture here. See, the effective range of yesterday. You've got the low of day at 23. 113, but most of the volume was, let's say, 120s up to let's just say 220 to make it easy, right? You had that afternoon rally that again got stepped on pretty hard. Everybody thought we were so back, and then it was so over. So for me, into today, it was just 223, 237 spot. I could potentially see these stops get taken. I mean, this has been wild, and bulls are nowhere near going to roll over. But again, I just want to be very careful about that big seller stepping in things. But, generally, I feel like if we're holding above, this overnight high on NQ, then sellers are in some trouble. And we can see back what's up, 300s, 305, 311. So the trade that I was looking for, and it kind of played up. And this is the only thing that really gives me pause here, is that now you have a failure from sellers. I mean, Asia wasn't even open yet, right? I mean, we came down, we took out yesterday's low. It tagged, this next spot, which is basically 23 to 46, held that, reclaimed yesterday's low, and then off to the races, right? It was stepped on here. And so, it's pretty neutral objectively. So I'm a little bit less convicted than I was yesterday, for sure. But we'll see, right? So, for NQ, it's as simple as, can you get traction below yesterday's low, get through this overnight low? And then to me, it's going to be hard to be long in that situation. But you have to look at ES, and you really have to watch both today. Even if you're trading ES, if you have to watch NQ, and if NQ is offering, these 23 100s, let's say, 090 to 100, I think it's going to be hard to be long ES. It's going to be hard to imagine that ES is going to hold 6,300, 6,305, 6,310, whatever you want to call that number. It's going to be hard for them to hold that. There's only so much dispersion or rotation that this market can handle. ES kind of needs that big tech bid. And I just don't see how there's anything other than some liquidation on NQ if sellers can get back down there. Now, if they can't, and we're just working against this spot down here, It's just back to the same deal, right? We're bidding this, 23,000 basically flat-ish, plus or minus 10 handles. And maybe these 23,100s. I'm sorry, yeah, 23,100 plus or minus 10 handles. And that's kind of your range low up to these 23, 230s, and see which side wants to give way. And then if there's any acceptance above 305, 311, it's hard to imagine anything but a squeeze. So I want to cover NQ real quick for that
But just
reason.
real quick on that last chart, when you talk about give or take 10 handles, you're just kind of like referring to the natural volatility of this market, or is that a unique number?
No, I just like in this instance, it happened to be about 10 handles because my level I was using was 23,090, I think, for this week to 23,110, basically 108. I like to use ranges as opposed to like a single level because I have subscribers, right? And a lot of times you'll see people that price a wick a couple of handles above a given level. And so they think it's a reclaim and they slam along just to realize that, they're about to get stepped on. So sometimes it can help keep you out of trouble by just having ranges on your chart. So that's a big part of the reason I do ranges. And then obviously things like single prints, LVNs, they're ranges. They're not single levels. So that's part of the reason we're there. But
got it.
That's there. I mean, again, on the 30, you can see primary distribution from last week is kind of way up above, and we are accepting below, just sort of filling in some of this poor structure from last week, but have yet to get back into this last part. So you see, these prior pop sellers up here in the 23,023 to 45 range. That's why I've got that spot there that held overnight. They've now had their chance to cover. So to me, offering 23,020s, that probably opens up rotations towards, weekly lows, basically, right? The Sunday low. So big spot for buyers to hold, and they have so far. Let's see if they face that test during cash on NQ. But you get back into the meat of last week's upper distribution, especially after some of the aggressive selling that we saw yesterday. It's just going to be a squeeze, I think. So let's pull up ES real quick. On the 30, so I mean, similar look, but not. I mean, if you're a inverse head and shoulders trader, it was interesting that you had NQ with a little bit kind of, the lower low, neckline, and now ES, it's kind of got this awkward higher low up here off to the right. But the key spots, I mean, again, still, you've got a clean breakaway to the downside from last week's or a failure to reclaim last week's volume as of now. And so it's at some point, these buyers are going to have to face a decision. Are we going to let it go, or are we going to, keep buying the dip? And to me, sellers need to continue to prevent them from approaching their break even to force them to make an emotional decision and puke. And I think that's kind of what the plan is, and that's what I'm trying to roll with here. But this 58 spot, the overnight high, I mean, that was Thursday's low. I mean, again, we're talking about that gap. It's Thursday's low, it's Friday's high. And we are just balancing this entire week in between there. So 63.10.5 is what I was using. I think 11.5 was actually Friday's high. Again, I was using 10.5 to 18.75. I think you can narrow that a little bit now, but I wanted to give it some wiggle room. This was a prior weekly high or low. I don't recall the 18.75. But yeah, I mean, it's just a range trade right here. I tend to think that, back above, 58 and basing the overnight high, it's going to put some serious pressure on yesterday's sellers. And again, maybe you can get back up to yesterday's cash hours high and the overnight high. And then I am licking my wounds and wishing that I hadn't chose to side with sellers for today. But again, you break below 63.10, you still have Monday's cash open and low, which was down at like 63.03. So that's the thing, is that buyers on ES aren't quite up against it really until that's offered. And again, it's hard to imagine once that's offered, call it 6,300. It's hard to imagine anything but vomit. I will say July's volume point of control was right around the 62.97 spot. So just like NQ, you saw kind of pop those lows and hold the next spot. I mean, that's probably exactly what's going to happen today. If sellers get down here, it probably holds 92 to 97. and pops from there. And then we see if a lower high is defended again. So that was, you know, a high volume node from last month. So, but through there, and I think it's liquidations. You know, first order of business is this overnight range, and we'll see that on the 5. So those are really, I mean, I don't really want to do anything in the middle. I mean, honestly, I want to, I would be taking longs, even though I would like to be shorting this. And I have some puts. I would definitely actually take longs for that reason, because I have puts. Would be, you know, if we see some failure from sellers to get down through this overnight low, then I'm jamming along. So we've got this low volume node overnight. I don't, you know, and I had used 29 to 32 yesterday. It seems to be relevant here, but I just don't love it because it's kind of right in the middle of yesterday's volume. So I don't really like to transact there. So I'm looking for failures to break the overnight high. I'm going to get short there. I may look for fresh pops up here around 49. But honestly, you know, today is going to be all about, you know, if and when that seller is on the tape. If the seller's on the tape, I'm short, and that's all there is to it. Because, I mean, you saw this come in here, and then this big rally again. Everybody was like, oh, it's over. This guy's going to get squeezed. And then he just said, nay.
Yeah.
So,
No, you know, and today's one of those days, and I know you don't care that much about the news and about the economic releases, but there isn't a lot of economic releases. There's not a lot of planned news, as we'd say, we would call it. And you know, it's like, all right, just when it's safe to get back in the water, something happened. So I'm on guard today for unplanned news, some crazy unplanned news. I hope it doesn't happen. But right now, I think there's probably a lot of market participants waiting for this, and we're kind of just sitting there on low volume right now. No, you know, no data dump today. All right, fine. Kashkari is now a dove. Who cares what Kashkari is? But what else could happen? Well, me and you know from experience, anything.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think I said that yesterday, right? I was like, okay, well, it was like, you know, everything looked bearish on Wednesday last week, and then we had earnings, and it was, you know, we're so back on Thursday, and then it was just so over, and it was like, well, what's going to happen today? And we talked about ISM, and it was, you know, quite soft, but also, you know, kind of stagflationary in a way that prices paid were up, services down. So, you know, I think feels like that got things started a little bit yesterday, and then who the hell knows what today is going to be. So, you know, again, just like big picture, you know, I've chosen my side. I don't like it as much after seeing the overnight session. But this is really, it's just simply all about the gap, the way we started on Monday, which is Thursday's low, Friday's high. Like, that's it. So I think bulls are in full control, above, you know, 58. And I think sellers are in at least short-term control below. I mean, again, let's give them to 63.02 and offering that, or 63.03. I think that was Monday's low. So that's basically, I mean, the idea. Everything
Yeah.
in between, it's just temporary pause and decision-making time. So you can trade both
Yeah.
sides of the tape.
Yeah. No, I'm glad I'm glad you're calling out that 6302, 6306, because you know, I have my old school piercing line hat on from my old textbook. Looking at that is important. So we're in alignment there for sure. But we do have like a little bit less than 2 minutes left. Any other markets that you're on your radar screen right now?
Not right now. I will be soon if this goes back to sort of the lower volatility environment. That's when I start to look at things. When we're at sort of potential key inflection points, where equities might get a little bit volatile, I tend to dial in and focus quite a bit. I had been looking at when things were slow. I had been looking at, you know, the Dow, just to have something else to trade. And I was just thinking about, you know, taking a look at the euro and gold. And then, you know, we sort of saw some of this volatility. So I just get laser focused, and I even start to pull off a lot of the swings that I've been trading on individual equities. In the Discord, I'll just kind of pull some of them off because, you know, that's the primary function of my service, is to get the index right.
Yeah.
And I'm determined to catch, you know, the big turns. And I feel like I do that pretty consistently. So very focused right now. And I want to see who wins this battle, because it's going to be, I mean, the spoils are going to be excellent, you know, whichever side wins it. So happy to flip long. If I'm not happy if I have to flip long, but I will flip long. I will flip long if the bull wins this, and I will punish the rest of the sellers out of spite. But we'll see. I do
Yeah.
think the puke could be epic, and then an ultimate dip buy if this breaks to the downside.
Well,
So I'd love to take both.
I know we're out of time, but let's just talk about that for a real quick second. I mean, that's kind of a mature point of view, right? So, we come in with our bias, right? And we come in with our setups, we come in with our zones, but you have to be able to switch your bias once an action triggers, it warrants it, right? And it's hard for a lot of folks to do it. So when I say it's a mature point of view, it really is, and it's a necessary one too, because you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, to me, reaction is far more important than prediction, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's way more sexy to make these, big, bold calls, calling tops. Notice I'm not calling top. I'm just, looking to take a side, right? And yesterday morning was the same thing. We talked about it was the same spot. The overnight high now was the overnight low yesterday. It's the same spot,
Yeah.
right? And I said that, I would look for longs if we swept that out and reclaimed it. And I did. I took a long on that and made money, right? And then we got the turn. Once we were back below, absolutely not. And so you just, if you can be willing to, regardless of what your bias is, react to the key technical areas and who is in control. And if you understand who is in control and where, then it's a little bit easier to do that. So I'm always
Yeah.
looking to trade against, who's in trouble, who's going to
Yeah.
have to make forced decisions, because that's when the big moves happen.
Yeah, that's awesome. By the way, chat, I put Pharm's link, X link, follow, give him a follow, click on that, give him a follow, thumbs up. It's button's still there. It's still there. That thumbs up button's still there. Feel free to click on that. Where else could you get a live stream about future trading with the man in black? You can't. This is the only place you get it. So subscribe, all that great stuff. Pharm, thank you so much for being here. Apologize about the PAX lines in my brain. Uh, looking forward
Forgiven.
to looking forward to talking to you again, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. All right, it is that time. It is that time to trade the open. Here he is, the man himself, Trader Kane. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Morning, brother. You good yourself?
Pretty good. Did you survive last night?
Just about, yeah. No, it was good. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, we had a really good turnout, and loads of people were just super inquisitive, super friendly.
Yeah.
Genuinely couldn't have asked for, a better group of people, to be honest. So yeah, it was a lot
Wow.
of fun. Where were you?
Well, Deli is he's making me and Tracy work, man. I mean, we're holding
Oh,
the fort.
true. I mean, if we were all here, what would happen? The show would just stop. So
So
you're doing everyone a
Ninja
favor.
NinjaTrader's growing so much. I don't know if you got a tour of the office or not, but it's growing so much that there's office space is at a premium. It's hard to get office space. Now, I think that that's going to change pretty soon. I think there's going to be an expansion going on, but it's kind of hard to stream from up there unless you're doing it like you're doing it in your luxury suite, wherever you're at.
Yeah, I'm to be fair, I was invited to the office this morning, and then I'm on such a tight schedule, to be honest, Jim. I mean, I flew in 1 p.m. yesterday, and I fly out today. No, not yesterday, day before, and I fly out today. So I'm literally doing the stream, and I'm heading straight to the airport to fly to New
Okay.
York. So
Yeah.
yeah, it would have been a bit too tight to fit in the office, but I met a bunch of people last night. Like there was so many people that came from NinjaTrader. There were so many people that came from that lived in Chicago, and yeah, it was just a lot of fun. Like a lot
Yeah.
of
No,
fun.
I'm totally jealous. I'm just a little worried. So we've heard from Deli in the chat, so I know he's okay. We heard from Shab in the chat. I know she's okay. The only person I haven't heard from is Savannah. I'm hoping she's
Yeah.
okay. I'm hoping she'll pop up somewhere, so I know she's okay.
Well, Sav, you'll be good to know that Sav emailed me this morning to remind me of the time difference. So I know that Sav is alive. So between us, we can account for everyone.
All right, that's good to know. I'm super jealous, but I'm glad that a lot of our viewers came and a lot of NinjaTrader customers came as well. I mean, what a unique opportunity that you guys offered. I mean, you flew there from I don't know where you were, but it was a big effort on
Yeah.
your part and everyone's part, and just to have that opportunity. to hang out with you guys, ask you questions, talk trading is such a you don't get it and you're not going to get it at any other place. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, I agree. There was such an effort from everybody, and I was just appreciative that Sumi and Ninja just put the event on. To be honest, I think everyone was in the end. So
This is almost, and
yeah,
this is just a call out to management. This is almost a beta test for an annual NinjaTrader symposium. I'm loving this idea.
well, I mean, Jim, I don't want to spoil it, but the conversation happened last night, so I think the seed has been planted. So yeah.
Great minds think alike. I love it for sure. So, in any event, what do you think of the markets? What do you think of the market so far today? Any revelations?
You know what? I typically agree with Pharm all the time, which is quite, shocking. But today I actually completely disagree with him. I'm a big short seller and I don't want to sell this right now. Which I don't necessarily love because when me and Pharm agree, we both typically make money. So um to me, it's just setting up for like a very bullish profile on the day. Like we already swept below the previous day low, basically straight through Asia. So Asia like had that look low and fail. And then we had the exact same thing done 6 a.m. So 6 a.m. looks below two and then just buys back up and now we're buying back up. And typically for me, this is quite a bullish profile. And I would guess, this is purely a guess, is that this probably runs back towards some opening price into yesterday. So yeah.
Yeah. I like looking at the first thing I look at is the London initial balance. I know a lot of people kind of dismiss it as well. It's only the London initial balance, no big deal. But I think it oftentimes it tells us, right? It sets the pace a little bit. So we'll see. I think it was a little bit more pronounced in the E-mini S&P than it is in the NASI, but I always look at that first. I don't know how you feel about that, but it's a significant time event.
Yeah. I look, I'm a London trader at heart because it's the time zone that suits me the best because I'm up at 8 a.m. my time, which is basically the open, and I get that all day, and then I get the New York Open. So I'm pretty spoilt for time. So
Yeah.
I became accustomed to reading London price action in some way every day. And typically for me, this kind of price action of, Asia expands, London pulls back, New York expands. That's kind of the blueprint that I kind of work from here. So I can understand why potentially people are getting bearish, obviously after yesterday, but I think it's a strong high, but I don't think we just go down that easy. We typically will shake out a lot of shorts from yesterday that want to hold those into the weekend, shake them out today, and then get a correction tomorrow and Friday, and just finish the week low. That's kind of my thought process. But I think today could be quite painful for a lot of bears. And look, that comes from the person that's 24/7 bearish.
Yeah.
I try and find a way that this thing goes to zero every day, and I don't think today it does. But hey, if it does, then we'll
Yeah.
we'll do something about it. But it's just
Yeah.
it
Gotcha.
is
All
what it
right.
is. What about you? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, there's no news today. Here's what worries me about today is the fact that there's no planned news that of substance, which means there's probably going to be some unplanned news, which freaks people out. Low volume, unplanned news going in toward the end of the week. My guard is always up on these days. Now maybe it's going to be a nothing burger. Maybe we're going to have a nice, volume profile, point of control, range bound trading today, but that's what scares me the most. So I don't know. I'm leaning a little bit on the bear side myself right now, but again, I think in the S&Ps, I told Pharm this, the 63 level, 6306 level is going to be important for me. We'll see if we defend that or not.
Okay, yeah, 6306. That's the open from Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
Okay.
long term. I'm doing this off of daily charts. I just
Yeah, no, but there's a lot of that, we had the Friday open at 6308, the Monday open at 6306. So it's a good level. You lose that level and it's kind of, you can almost probably treat it as some sort of pivot because there were sellers there Friday, buyers there Monday. Who's there this time around, So
yeah.
logical, but yeah, I really wouldn't like it if we traded there. I think it would be quite bearish, but we'll see. Like I said, right now I'm kind of finding a reason to get long on this, and typically when I try and find reasons to get long on something, the number one thing I do first and foremost is find a reason to get short. And if I can't find a reason to get short, then I just get long. So yeah, and right now I'm struggling to find a reason to get short on this, and it doesn't take a lot, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, listen, to the chat, everybody, let's get that thumbs up. These guys are working. These guys worked last night. They're working around the clock. Let's get that thumbs up going. Let's get that subscribe button. Wit in the chat. You are right on point, my friend. Um, uh, you have no idea, but maybe our CEO can give me a run for the money. Maybe Marty's a lot of fun as well, but. In any event, thanks again, Kane, for being there last night, and appreciate you, stepping up this morning as well. I know you got a tight schedule today, so good luck on your trades. I'll be over in the chat, and we'll be hitting that thumbs up button for you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a good day.
All right.
Chat, how we doing? How we doing? Looks like it. Someone saying that's an inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I mean, I can see the logic for that. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, 10 a.m. from yesterday, Harvey. That would be nice. Yeah. Let's get cooking. Yeah, Chicago's fun, boys and girls. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Morning, Nathan. How are you? Oh, Rami, you can do it. I checked in with the team yesterday, and you can do it. You can do it across all. They just originally when their program started, I think the wording had to be that you had to copy from the funded next account. But I think you can do it now. Like for example, I'm copy trading all of my funded next, and I cleared it with the team. They're like, "Yeah, you haven't broken a rule. You're fine. Don't worry about it." So I think you're good on that front. Am I hungover? Not really. Like we had the event. A few of us went for food after. And to be honest, I didn't drink a bunch at the at dinner, so it was a lot of fun. Did I go shopping? I did go shopping. I've done quite a bit of shopping. Yeah, I picked up a few bits from Goyard. Like Goyard in London is so bad. So whenever I travel, I typically go. And I've been trying to hunt down a watch case, and I found it this time. So picked up a nice little watch case from there. Appreciate that S7. Appreciate that. Obi, what do I think of the Fun Ticks plan? I think the new plan is really targeted at someone like me, right? Like, hey, you want to come take us for all the money? Come do it. Um, but like that daily loss limit is just off-putting. I don't want to be, I don't want to be up 50K on my account and not being able to lose 1K. That's ridiculous. There has to be a point where that daily loss limit drops off, or the plan is really bad. And I just tell Khaled that as well. So we'll see. As you say, dump it. Yeah, to be pump it today. I want to see us run into these 2300s, 23,300s area, and then we can sell this stuff. Yeah. I appreciate you, Cedric. Appreciate you. What's my major indicator? You know what? Um, what's the major indicator here? Well, the reality is like for me, and I'll go over this really quickly, is we set below this daily low, right? Inside of discount of this move up. Yeah. So if we look at this, we had this move up, we had a daily low set. We swept the daily low around this 50% mark. We're now rallying up. Yeah. Again, remember, I'm a big fan of the 50%. We're rallying out. We have a 50% line, which is also like the low in discount. And then we have that 4 hour. So we have the exact same setup printing on the daily and the 4 hour chart right now. So we have daily, daily low, 4 hour, 4 hour low. For me, this should expand into this high, or at least this area up here, and then it may find some resistance, may get some divergence from ES, and then we can look for a reason to sell it. I do use standard deviations. I just think standard deviations are a really hard thing to teach someone, because there's a lot of I guess not contingency. What's the word? Intuition on which one to use. So, like for example, right? Let's just do this. Um, you could draw your standard deviation like this, right? Which is the wrong way. Let me just reverse that for you, right? And look, it looks like it's playing out, but then the thing is that it probably is also this. and this will also play out. So it's actually teaching people like to use the correct one at the correct time. So I've stopped really mentioning it. I'll draw it, write down mental notes of it, and then I'll delete it for like a lot of people. But I do, and my draw is still higher. Right. So Harvey, I got the green one. Yeah, I got the green. I'm a big fan of green. I already have the green case. So I already have this one. So I got the exact same thing. Just in the watch case. I got the two. I want the 6 or the 8, but I don't really want the travel case. And the travel case is a lot of money. So and I don't want to buy that anywhere other than London because I don't want to have to ship it and pay for it and all that sort of stuff. So but yeah, I do like the Goyard. What are those small arrows? These small arrows represent like short like setups for me. So like this would have been a setup this morning. Sell it here and then above. So this would have been on 1 minute because it told me it's a 1 minute. All right. So look, sell it. It didn't get tagged in. So it's kind of whatever because it doesn't print until you get a closure below. So it doesn't print until this candle and it ran without you. And also this also gave a setup here. I imagine it was this. I would never have taken that one. But then this one also. There's just the thing is like again, this will just print all of these highs because that's the way it's supposed to work. We're just working on filtering it out right now. The red lines, they represent divergence. So like ES would have traded below here. Look. So this divergence here is that, and then there's also divergence to the upside. So it's just a divergence thing, but yeah. Everything you see on my chart is completely private. It's like you can't, none of this is, I mean, I may have some drawings on here, but everything on here is being drawn by the indicator now. So we're just trying to refine it. There are, the only one indicator that I have that isn't private is the Asian range indicator. But I mean, look, it's whatever, right? Did I take a short set up from yesterday? I was traveling a bunch, and to be honest, I'm not like actively sat down at the market because one of my sleeping patterns a little bit messed up right now. So I was just going for some base hits on some funded accounts, funded next, Traderfy, a few others. So yeah. Any trades? No trades so far, brother. We haven't hit the open yet. Have I seen the final boss of Ibiza? Yeah, that guy's kind of funny, right? The guy with the bowl cut and the chiseled beard. Seen that guy on Instagram. I'm sure he's a good guy. I'm sure I'd enjoy a beer with him, you know? You long 35 ES? Frank, let's go. Yeah, once you understand things like from a daily and a 4 hour and you fractalize everything and you put everything into like, okay, I want to see this setup on this time frame, and then you just go through the time frames, and when they all hit, once they all just get on side, you should just get a nice rally, right? Like this move up. This move up's nice. Where does this move up find some sort of resistance? Let's just guess, right? 50% midnight goes through, fails. Really, I just want to see this midnight level retested and we can potentially go higher. So we'll see. Bro, they did, Harvey, they did actually. Yeah, they tried to sell me one of the big ones, but they're like silly money, yeah? Like I don't want that. That's just too much. So yeah, I don't want that one. Looks like you have your stat map on a different look back. Any reason you chose that one over the look back period? I have my stat map based on midnight projections. I don't actually have it set to anything else. I have a 60 look back. That's because that's what it's always been. And I just don't mess with it. So I just have daily and I only look for the manipulation levels and manipulation levels resting around that overnight low. So we'll see. We'll see what comes up. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Harvey. Like they're like a decoration you take home and you put it in the house and then you go, yeah, that's nice. And to be honest, the Goyard representative told me that. They were like, I was like, how many of these do you sell? He's like, you know what? When we sell these, it's when we take it to someone's house, put it somewhere and go, look how good it looks. And they go, yeah, that does look good. No worries, I'll buy it. And then they don't, it doesn't leave the house. That's how they sell it. So if the Go Yard representative ever tries to get something in your house and you're not interested, tell them no. Do I use the 4 hour? No. Are you executing via Trade of Eight or straight through TradingView? A bit of both. So like um my personal account logged in on TradingView, and then I have a bunch of accounts logged in on Trade of Eight across different accounts. So like a bit of both. So like I'll execute here. But typically what I do is I execute on my phone most of the time because I'll be on Trade of Eight on my laptop over here on my iPad. I'll be on Trade of Eight, and then like whilst I'm doing that, I'm also putting in the trade for my personal account here. So then I'll sell and I'll buy at the same place, right? Or just so that I don't miss it. I try to multitask. Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic, and some people will be like, "Why don't you just copy trade? Why don't you use Replicano? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do this?" Well, this is how it's worked for me. And yeah, Dejan, really good to meet you too, bro. Yeah, we just got to find out what works for us, chat. And for me, up until this point, TradeOvate's been a really good one to trade prop. I really enjoy it. And speaking to the team last night behind TradeOvate, they they're going to be making a bunch of changes to it, improvements, etc. So so my first payout funded next. Thank you for showing it. Yeah, nah, good. I'm actually going to probably take a payout from them tonight. Um, I already made my base hit on funded next hit, like playing this move this morning, that 6 a.m. move. So yeah, I'm on the 3 out of 3 trading days, hit the thing. Good morning, Mr. Leo the Tigra. How are you? How's news going to impact today? In the next few days? I don't think we have news today, do we? Let me check that. That's a good point. I haven't actually done that right now. What do we have today? Nothing. Interesting. What do we have tomorrow? Okay, we have BOE monetary policy tomorrow. They're expecting a cut. We'll see. And we have unemployment claims shortly after. An hour and a half later. Yeah. So big day tomorrow for GBP, that's for sure. And I heard Stowe took down 100K at the blackjack table last night. Jeez, I missed that one. I was sleeping. Did I check out Take Profit Trader? Um, I haven't, to be honest. I know a few people have. I don't want to talk on that too much, to be honest with you, chat. I'm sure those guys are good. How's time change treating me? So far so good, to be honest. I've adjusted pretty well. How do you get rid of the fear of entering trades into large contracts? Everything's contextual, right? What's large to you isn't necessarily large to me, and what's large to me isn't necessarily large to someone else. I know people trading, well, I don't know them too well, but I know of them, trading thousands of contracts. They're not clipping thousands, but they're happy to ride up to and average into a trade up to a couple of thousand contracts. That ain't me, chat. That's large. And I'm sure to someone that also isn't large. So at some point you just have to roll with the punches. Is Cape Town safe? Look, everyone's got a different opinion. I had a really good experience, but I'm also hella tall, and I doubt the average person that might rob someone is going to rob me. That's going to be being really transparent. So yeah, day trade ES. You're asking the wrong guy, my boy. I don't really day trade ES. So yeah, AQ, if you're gonna move to Cape Town, make sure you stay like Camps Bay, Sea Point area. But look, there's no denying it. There's obviously crime there, just like in every other part of the world, right? My headphones got robbed out of my car, so that was one thing. And that was at the gym, but that was my own fault. I fucking left the window open. Like, what do you want? Like, you're basically inviting them to be stolen. So definitely no crime in America, Darian. True, true. Can't wear your watch in London. Yeah, you can't wear your watch in London. Yeah, but also like, do you want to wear your watch in London? Like, don't get me wrong, I like wearing a watch, but I, I wouldn't want to wear it in London, to be honest. What did it enter at the 6 a.m. low? Um, this. No, it wasn't this one. It's 30 second. Uh, right here. Do. Where is it? This is 8. I've gone way too far. There it is. I have already marked. So here, I just as soon as we close, basically as soon as we closed here, I just market bought as soon as this closed. So around here ish, and then just sold this side. Yep, took the same trade. Creating monsters in this joint. I'm saying so many American terms. Pax is so no limit like usual. No, I didn't limit because I just didn't have the time this morning. So it's like I'll just take slippage. If it comes back, my stop's the same. And to be honest, I think I got a little bit lucky here, right? Because I would probably could have got chopped up a little bit in here, longing this in here. I actually woke up like here, load the chart up, was like, yeah, we just take this. Just probably got a little bit lucky today. Yeah, Frank, the model's been working well for like a month and a half now. Let me just look at my trade zeller. We got the open in 3 minutes. Yeah, I mean, look, for over the last, let me resync these accounts. Yeah, over the last 27 days, 95% win ratio on the days. So it's kind of nice, you know. But hey, if you'd have asked me in the middle of June, well, not middle of June, sorry, because like middle of May, middle of June, April, May, June, it's opposite. It's like 95% loss, just fewer trades. But yeah, model's been nice. And to be honest, the one losing day I have in the last month was completely my fault. And the model was actually a winner that day. I just was a fucking idiot. Have I lost weight? Yeah, I've been kind of trying to look after myself a bit more. What about you? Have you lost weight? You gained weight? Maybe I'm just getting better at it. Maybe model's working well at the moment. Yeah, got chopped up on two trades. Yeah, I mean, so did you get chopped up on these in here after this low, after 6? I imagine you did, right? This was it. When we'll trade on a real account, what do you mean? Jeez, it's funny, right? Because a lot of people just assume that like things don't happen on real accounts because you just don't think it can be done. So, which is fine, but like I quite literally have a broker statement on my Instagram of a silly amount of money. So you really don't think I do it, then go check, you know, February of this year. Do a TP a lot earlier on props. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Tim, I've got to hit some consistency rules and props. That's the reality. I got to play the game. I'm playing by their rules. So wasn't too close to 7. But the idea is I want it to buy up before 6, right? Because 6 a.m. open this is the wick. So as long as before 7 we're above this line, I'm chilling. All right. It's my parameter here is if we are not above this line by 7, then I'm either have to close the trade and draw down or manage the trade how I see efficiently. Ding ding ding. Got the open. I want to see this go up, chat. Playing 4-hour candles, always retail. 4-hour candles only. They're selling yes. Let's see what happens, chat. Pax is short right now, I can tell. These are this is it. Sell it, Pax. Sell it. Hi from the UK. You fucker. How's my car? That's the real question. And how's my grass? Whoa, come on, buy it. Yeah, it was nice actually. Nice little drop and then run. All good. Appreciate you, man. It works. London higher target for me. What about Ronto? You good? Yeah, we were talking about this, right? We were talking about like how we want to see a bullish open, rally into the high. Right now, ES not playing ball though. They're still getting a bit feisty on the ODS. Oh, nice little 40 point runner right now. Yeah, vibing in the south of France. So I'm flying to New York today. I'll be in New York later this afternoon. Anyone got any must-dos in New York or places to eat, things to go, places to shop, you know? Tell me, let me know. And whilst you're thinking about that, let's get 500 likes on the screen, boys and girls, please. Did I already take a trade note this morning? Yeah, but not. Of course I would. I'll always stop in Chrome Hearts, Emilio. Always. Go into Harlem at midnight, make sure you're alone. Bit of a boring open so far, chat. Yes, can't leave the open. NQ above. We could just sell this. Could just don't know. I don't like this. It's moving slowly, right? Yeah, 63.35. My line in the sand. Yeah, they got to get above. Well, it's just the opening price. They open today. What's my entry? I don't have an entry, boy. That's why. We'll go. They them. Too many SMTs. I mean, at this point, you just care about what ES does, right? There you go. Enki took that overnight high, that 405 high. So now we have that 4 hour high. So weird spot. Now, if this was to sell down, you have this. So something to keep note of. It's not. I'm not really loving it. Good morning, Chris. How are you? What's my bias? I said up right now. It's kind of just a bullish day for me. Get a pastrami sandwich from Katz's. Okay. Good morning, Lorianne. How are you? Do I have a target high? My high was my kind of drawing liquidity. My main draw was already hit. But what did I say? Who remembers the level that I said that we could just trade to and then we look to sell it properly? Running up funded next. Yeah, they're up 3K right now. So they qualify for a payout and then yeah, we'll see. 23,300, yeah. 230,000, Tom. I would probably want to sell everything at 230,000. If anyone wants to buy my NQ shares, my actual NQ shares at 2,300, 230,000 a share, then I'll sell you as many as you want. Well, it's really tough spot now, Max, to be honest, because it's now selling down back below the open. So it's really, really tough to place here. Where I swept and like by pip and then dump. Well, that's all that matters, right? Run all that liquidity, run all them stops, and then just do it. So yeah, I mean NQ, Nasdaq, QQQ, SPY, whatever you want to fucking buy from me, bro. I don't care. It's funny you're telling me my ETF shares. I mean in Nasdaq alone, it's typically why I'm so bearish because I've said this so many times. I like to hedge my actual positions. ETF, yeah. I mean, I'm not actually owning underlying shares, like in terms of like stock, etc. I just have pretty much all of my money in ETFs that are pinned to Nasdaq. Bobby Van Steakhouse Manhattan. Guys, what the hell? Really not really not enjoying this open. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Do not like it. I'm trading away from a swing. Yeah, good bet for market crash. Yeah, I hope it never happens. Selling this, look, Toronto. Peter Lugars. I don't know. We'll see what we do, right? I'll see what I do. Typically, when I come to place like this and I have a bit of spare time, then I just shop. To be honest, I'm a big shopper. And you know what it is? I'm a sucker for sunglasses. Like these are just two pairs I bought yesterday. And these are the most overpriced things ever. I don't even know why I do this to myself. Bit of both to be a scalper. Bit of both. How do I meet women? I don't. I just steer clear of them all. That's you and Lamine. Yeah, maybe. How do you meet women? Such a weird question, by the way. Um, you have to just put yourself out there, right? Depends, doesn't it? How tall am I? I don't know. He was at the event last night and can say how tall I am. Because no one really believes me when I do say I'm quite tall. So I'm not 6'8", Darren, that's for sure. I'm not 6'7". You guys are just gaslighting everyone now. Chill out. I'm 4'9". Dustin's right. Check out Century 21. Probably 6'2". Guys, I'm 196 centimeters. 186? I'm 196, bro. How many kgs? Right now I'm like 108, 109. Maybe a bit more actually. I haven't weighed myself in a couple of weeks. Leo is taller. As in Leo, French Leo, yeah. Not Labs Leo. I don't know how tall Leo. Autoflab Labs is. I'm pretty fit for my size. I'm not actually. I probably need to get down to like 100. I got about 10 kilos to lose, I reckon. The thing about me is I have pretty big legs, and that sounds a bit like, oh wow, yeah, that's just like whatever. But yeah, I do. Like my just have pretty big legs. If you were close 6 foot, no, I'm not, bro. I'm taller than 6 foot. The thing is, this is the there's a cell here. 9. 9 takes the high. We could sell this. The only problem is I don't like that this is that. Stop using the vape, bro. Nah, I like the vape. I'm gonna keep vaping. Thank you though. Here we go, Mr. Big Legs. I do. I'm slim thick. Is this the right chart? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Keep calm and vape on, Kane. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you, dog. I'll be tying next to you. Do you ever get the lip pillows? Now, the lip pillows burn my mouth, and I'm not a fan of the lip pillows. Do I use the first presented fair value gap? Nah, because that would just be me trading the opening range. Because that's typically how the opening range works. The more I do leg day, the more I progress with the whole body. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't have any positions on right now. I probably won't have a position till at least 10. Where's the paddle tournament, brother? Bro, it isn't surfing's packed, bro. Especially on a weekend, Tom. Where did you go? You went to the one in Biggleswade? Nice little spot though. You should have told me, bro. I'd come down. Nice little spot, Market Square. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's nice there. It's nice that place. Yeah. A bit of a drive from my house now, but yeah, it's definitely worth going. The coffee's fucking good there as well. That's the best thing, you know. Still in the middle. It's exactly what we're doing right now, Scalper. Did I just trade 1 minute to get out of the buffer on Apex? Pretty much. Yeah, it's nice, it's nice. Oh, they're now running it back. Really just messing us about today. So 931 for value gap never gets used. That's the first presented one. So here everyone's about to get run over because they're all short right here. Stop above here. Probably targeting Valhalla. Oh, let me get rid of that bar. Probably targeting Valhalla. Yeah, Rami, there is no discount coming up for the lab right now. That's just how it is, bro. Yeah, maybe in the future, but not right now. I'm also traveling a bunch. I don't want people to sign up to it, and I'm not there like next week. Sorry, chat. I actually have to take these tablets. My go-to deck on Clash Royale right now. I'm actually playing the Boss Bandit bridge spam. You know the one? Um, Boss Bandit, Bush, Wall Breakers. Shit's horrible to play again. Playing Evo Furnace? Nah. Yeah, I know it's I know it's horrible. The new Furnace card is OP. Yeah, but Boss Bandit just kills it, boys. Boss Bandit is broken. Is SMT necessary criteria for entry or optional? Depends. Azad, there's no way you said that comment and then you said you play Expo. That's crazy. Chat, don't let him get away with that. Don't let him. You guys should all go. You guys should all go join the clan, the Clash Royale clan. You should do that right away. There you go. Everyone that just plays the first presented fair value gap just got run over. They got smoked. What's the name? I'm going to share the code right now. Got this long reversal. There you go. That's the Clash Royale class. Bro, trust me, the Bandit deck goes hard. It's just a fact. 2 secs, room services here. I need to tell them no. You open the door and then goes, the door is open. Yeah, it's because you just opened it. I also play royal recruits in that deck. So we'll see. Nice ripper. We'll see. We'll see, chat. Right now, there's not really much going on here. We have till 10, right? To do something. The new furnace with Royal Giant. It's disgusting, chat. What was my favorite part of the meetup? Just seeing everyone, you know. Do I miss you? I did miss you. Where have you been? It's private. Just apply, bro. Apply and I'll let you in. There you go. Look, I'm accepting everyone right now. No, I just play Clash Royale, bro. Because Clash Royale is like 3 minute games. And typically what happens is I play it whilst I'm waiting for the market to do something. So yeah, you can't wait for the next three-way. Yeah, me neither, actually. What's up, handsome? No reason to trade? Yeah, I agree with you, Pax. Exactly right. At least right now. I'm good, brother. How are you? Kids these days. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? I get to play video games, I get to trade, I get to travel the world. And you know, it's tough, tough life, honestly. Tired. I feel you, brother. I feel you. How you doing? I'm doing well, Rafa. How about you? Gooning. Interesting. Yes, definitely something. Yeah, right now. I was playing Clash Royale. I say was, but I mean, I haven't been playing it today. But yeah, going to watch NinjaTrader when I'm on. Still rocking the legendary gold camo vape. Yeah, I am actually. Which reminds me, don't vape, kids. It's bad for your health. This could be the nice trade here. Below, look above, come off the open, find some support. This could be it. Could also just play it here. But like, why are you playing it too? Because it's this high. What's sitting above? Nothing. Or not much anyway. It's all over here. 6300s up here. Oh, I don't know. 6300, sorry. 23 300s. Yeah, look, it's just selling off. Six sister. I know the buyers on NQ want to do something, but the sellers on ES are saying, I don't know about this. For me, this is just looking like a 10 a.m. look above, fail down. The problem is that if ES does close like this as well, if ES closes above this 9 a.m. high right now in the next 5 minutes, then we look for longs. If not, then we look for shorts. That's it. That's basically it. Right. That's what I'm looking for. So if ES by 10 a.m. if ES closes above 63.4, we call it 4.3, right? 63.43, we look for longs. If not, we typically look for shorts. Hey boys, let's go. Lego. Do you think ICT created the algo? No. Can you please repeat about 24-hour expansion candles? What do you mean? Well, the thing is that right now we have the exact same thing that we had yesterday, right? Is we have a high taken, a low taken, a high taken, a low taken, a high taken, a high taken, a low taken. You know, we have these expanding 4-hour candles into 50% of the ranges, these highs, right? So really, for me, it's like I just want to be selling this 25, 63, 23, 20, 23, 250 to 300. And it's basically like just ES just needs to not close above that level, which is looking like it's not going to. So at this point, we just typically look for shorts. So in 3 minutes time, I'm just going to look for that look above for 10 a.m. trade, and then we just sell it down. We shall see. Give me 100K and I'll spend it on. Okay, fair enough. Okay, do you live stream inside the lab thinking of joining? I do Tuesdays and Thursdays when I'm not traveling. Like for example, I didn't live stream yesterday and I will tomorrow. But yeah, like it's my schedule all over the place some days, right? That's just me being honest. I like to live my life and I have a lot of commitments. So but yeah, I do stream in there. 100K cash handed to me. What do I do with it? Depends. Where am I? What am I doing? Everything is contextual, right? Right now, I probably put it towards 6702 that I've just been eyeing for the longest minute. And then, yeah, new tires for the G-Wag. Trip tire beefer. What's on the wrist? Does not matter. I'll tell you. Yeah, rose gold olive. Would buy exactly, Justin. I would buy that. Yeah. Here you go. Look, I'll show you the watch case that I got. Well, I want the bigger version of this. We've got 2 minutes, so I can show you, right? This one. It's nice. Clips out, clips in. Yeah, so that was kind of what I bought. You're young, just put it in ETFs, and in a decade it will be a mil. Merce. Um, the John Mayer. What the yellow gold green dial Daytona. Look, I think oh yeah, your wife has that. Yeah, it's nice, right? Wife's got good taste. All right, boys and girls, let's get the like counter up. We're at 350 likes. We got 1,400 people in here. Let's get up to 500. Show the production team and all of the team that put in tremendous amounts of effort to keep this show running. Let's let's rack up those likes for those guys, please. Am I short? Not yet. No. The go art back. Awful open right now. Yeah, and also subscribe. We're 9,000 subscribers away from 150K. 150K. I believe Deli's going to do some sort of giveaway. So yeah, let's get on that. Good, cool video. Thoughts on 25% tariffs on India? What do you want me to do? I mean, I'm kind of numb to the tariffs now. Oil's rallying, which just seems crazy. What's copper doing? Let's have a look at copper. Still just doing nothing after that sell-off. I think it's probably a good time to you know, how do I size? Depends, to be honest, FK. Depends on the type of trade, you know. Okay, we've got 10 a.m. now. Let's have a look at what ES did. ES did nothing. So for me, I want to see us go trade above here, and then we sell it down. We'll see. Give us that trade, and then I'll sell it down. Sell it down. And if we get hit, we get hit. Yeah, I told you whenever you are live here, the market is messed up. Yeah, sorry. Don't know what's going on, chat. It's not my fault. Good scalping day. Do I still trade London? Nah, not inside the Discord. Typically, when I'm trading London, there we go. There we go. That's the push I wanted. Now we can just wait. No 4-hour low. The hard thing is like this is hard for me to trade. I'm basically only trading it because of this. Hmm. I said it was the rose gold olive. What do you want me to do? It's a bit of a grey watch for me. I like rose gold and I like green, so it's nice. But I have a nice green watch that tops this watch. Like, there's not a watch that I could buy that's better than that. Rose gold olive daily. Yep, yes, sir. Green Protect Aquanaut. It's not an Aquanaut. It is a 5711, but it's very, really nice 5711. And I think a lot of people will guess it, but I'm not going to confirm it. But yeah, one day I'll drop it. I'll drop a picture of it. But until then, based on what do you decide if you trade the M1, M3, and M5? So, for example, say that this was H4. This was a H4 candle, but then just say like this was like 11:30 right now, and that this is the 11 o'clock high, but we're trading here and it's like 12. And then we sell down and there's like an inversion here, like a 5 minute here. I would sell this 5 minute on the basis that this 4 hour is going to sell down to here, for example. Um, and then if all of the time for that's a 5 minute, if it's just a daily high, I'll sell a 15. And then if it's a 4 hour and an hour, I'll sell the three. And if it's a 4 hour, if it's a 4 hour hourly and 15 minute, I'll sell the one and the no, sorry, the three and the one is the four and the one. But you also have to have the daily. And then if it's has the 15 high as well, then I'll sell the 30 second. So like here, I'm currently looking at 30 second because we're just above all of them. Man's got the Tiffany Patek. It's not green, that's blue. If it, I could trade this watch for the Tiffany Patek though. Like I would probably have to maybe chuck like 100K on top. But yeah, the Tiffany Patek, is it in platinum? No, it's still. Is it still? Yeah, it's still, which is crazy that that's a still watch. That's crazy. I'm sorry, but there's just no way. There's no way I'm spending that much money on a still watch. Take the funding next accounts all the way to Richard Mill, 6702s. Yeah, I'm eyeing right now the Italia 6702. Nah, it's white gold. Nah, it's not. It's stainless steel. They re-released it in white gold, but the OG is the 170 piece, like the pieces of the blue dial is steel. The 1.5 mil, yeah, it's steel. One day you'll get a rose gold AP. I'm rooting for you, brother. The 50% level is a it's an indicator that's been built by the team. It's not actually you can't download it, so it's not just available to download. There's a 1 minute here. Yeah, it's a little bit silly though. How much do I want to sell? One. We're gonna get a closure. 67.50. Is it gonna sell below? It did, didn't it? It did sell below. I need to be in this. Hmm. We'll see. We will see, Chad. I'm gonna wait for a second. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm messing up over here on Trader. We'll see. I'm gonna have to get out of this. That was silly. I say out of it. It's just size that I need to get out, not the trade. It's not working. We'll see. I'm eyeing this. We've got 15, the 5, 30-second. This is the 5 right here. Okay. No, I'm not going to touch this right now. I need to see probably a bit of a hard time frame. I'm looking over here and I don't really like it too much. This big 5 minute gap is kind of putting me off a little bit. And I'm purely just saying this is an intuition thing. I personally want to see this just sell through this. But I'm most likely going to wait for the next 15-minute candle after 10. And then, because if that just immediately opens and buys up, then I'll look to sell it off. And if we close through this level, I'll look to sell it after, not before. Yeah. Sorry, chat. Let me get rid of my trade of it. Why is PA so crap? Yeah, one more leg up as well. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Chris. Yeah. You will add a 237. Oh, wow. Whoever you change state delivery now. Stocks was dropping well before NDX started. Sounds like a plan. Looking to sell into IPG, target Asia low. Makes sense, makes sense. We just want to sell. Like I said, we just need to remain patient, chat, you know? Having into a 5 minute for more liquidity to go higher. Exactly. That's also what I don't want to see. I don't want to see us run this, like push up, run this, and then just immediately push higher. So for me, it's like I want to be a seller up here, right? Because again, this was kind of the contextual thing that's important here is that okay, this is 10 a.m. This is 10 a.m. open. Yeah. This is 10 a.m. open. However, I had a plan all morning to sell 63. 63. I need to stop saying 6,300 because of BS. 23,300 on NASI. So it's like I want to sell up here on these levels. And okay, I could be selling right here off this 30-second, right, that we had marked out. Right, like right here. I could be selling here. I could be in. I could be in here. But the reality is I'm kind of getting my ass saved here. Um, on this SMT, right? Or divergence or whatever. So I could be in this, but I also don't want to rally into here, or sorry, drive into here and then rally into here, and I'm left holding the baby, and then I'm getting stopped, and then I want to sell the stop. Because that's the number one thing is I always ask myself is if I get stopped here, does it invalidate the trade? Well, no, not right now, because for me, my target is that 23,300 level, right? It's just a nice level. However, we're about to get a closure below this 5 minute. So I'm probably kicking myself just a little bit. But again, it is what it is. Did anyone sell it? I'm assuming quite a lot of people in my group did. 23,300s, just that level. Drive up here. Lots of sellers. My price scale is on logarithmic. Oh, it is. It doesn't really matter because it literally does not matter. You sold, yeah. It's break even. Have limit order but didn't get filled. Sold 10 cons in at break even, yeah. Makes sense, Devin. Makes sense. And now it's flushing. Where you getting out, Devin? The open? 10 a.m.? Yeah, like 10 a.m. opening price? Yeah, it's a fucking good trade at that point, to be honest. Jeez. That'll be nice. Yeah, I'm rooting for you, brother. I'm rooting for it. You're in 10? Oh, my boy. Jeez, praying for you. Paying back the Ibiza trip. Do you take trades on the 32nd or the 15? Typically the 30, especially when everything aligns. I just said it. You just sold five. You mean you bought five? You partialed out? You're already out? Yeah. Because the thing is like you sold that high right now. I mean, you're up to like 2.5 hours. Why are you not out? Fuck me. You sold seven. Yeah, yeah, covered five. I was yeah. I don't hate it. I don't mind covering five here and now. Covering five at 10. You're gonna leave a runner or not? Why did you wait for XX? You just waited for the perfect local top. Because I can, and I'm allowed to do that. You know, you're out. Good shit, Vincent. Yeah, appreciate you, brother. Um, yeah. Where would you put your target? Want to make sure I measured the 50% right. For me, you'll break even here. The 50% of this leg was 24125. But you just played the 10 a.m. open, right? When 10 a.m. drives up, especially above all this liquidity, you basically play to the open. And as a general rule, you get out the open, especially when you get like a 4.5 hour trade like this. And then if does this, then you can just replay the open. Or like 11 comes online, trades into a 15-minute high, you sell that and then just continue lower. We'll see. I'm just a pussy today, chat. I know all my guys took this trade, so I'm a little bit upset with myself, but it is what it is. Yeah, that was silly of me. I did trade London, yeah. Trade 6 a.m. 6 a.m. a little run up right here. I caught basically most of this into this level. Going long. Good luck. Cannot lose long NQ. I don't know about that one, brother. Doesn't make sense to me because 4 a.m. is set to expand. What doesn't make sense to you? No, there's no recap today. I woke up, hit long, got ready, went and ate breakfast, grabbed a coffee, and then I'm getting on a flight as soon as I finish here. So there's no time to go over stuff right now. It is what it is. I'll do it on the plane. Rainy, I missed it, brother. I should have been in it up here. I should have grabbed this like 80-point rotation lower, 70-point rotation. That was the trade. Switching Bray jumped in on the 32nd, forgot you were here. Cheers. I should have just trailed my stop. Why were you long? What's the problem? Yeah, it's crazy. 241. Did ES take 10 a.m. open yet? It did, right? Yeah. No, it didn't actually. It is coming off the opening range, so that's the only thing. Darren, I think you're chilling, brother. You're out most of it, right? That's crazy. Will I get in case of retracement? So the only way I could sell this now is off of this high. But then that's for me, that's just a 5 minute entry, right? So like this high right here, go down to 30-second, basically selling this on a 30-second. So the only way I could sell this is if it drove up, retested. Oh wow, sorry. Drove up, created some sort of imbalance, came lower, retested, and I could get into the trade then. Told you money, bro. You're telling me you're like money is easy on NQ long. So you bought here for 47 ticks, and it's like not even the same to the low, and we've just dropped 72 points. What do you like? Sure, you're right now. Let's see if you will be right in 20 minutes. Counting your chickens a bit early there. You're the guy that's like, yeah, we should long at 22K. And then 3 months later, you're like, yes, he told you 25K is coming because we're now at 23K. You're just forgetting the fact that we went to 16. Like, come on, what are you doing? It's just crazy. I will never let that shit just good time to buy ETH. ETH drops 2K. It's like, yeah, good time to buy ETH. It drops 1K. And then suddenly ETH's up 3K. It's like, yeah, good time to buy ETH. Told you. Revolutionary. Yeah, where is Khan? Khan, where you at, boy? I miss you, brother. Where are you? Khan's spot has been taken. Don't be jealous. What am I jealous of, brother? Like, being polite about this. What's to be jealous of? Can you explain your London trading tactic? It's similar to 10 a.m. reversal. Yeah, I mean, typically it's just all the 4 hour highs and lows, right? That's basically it. I mean, here, six traded below two. I just want to long this for some sort of pullback into the range, right? Damn, I'm so happy we longed. Jeez, Devin, GG's, brother. Absolutely smashing trade. That should have been me as well. I'm an idiot. Good shit, though. Holy longs. Let's go. Yeah, that was nice, Devin. I bet that one feels good, doesn't it? That's just like the cleanest stuff you'll ask for all day. Order filled. Buying the dips. Deplo deploying more capital. Hello, is this the bank? Can you send the wire? I need to long NQ some more. Yeah, I'm buying more. Yeah. Yep. Correct. Thank you. Um, Kane, I need your advice on my PAs. I've got the model down pretty well. We'll get out of the buffer. Should I be more aggressive with the contract size? Nah, take it slow. There's no rush, right? Yeah, Devin. Yeah, I mean, that was silly, right? I also wanted this sweep, you know. Weekends are out. It's time to buy. Oh, chat, we're having a good one today. Everyone's in a good mood. Are you in a trade right now? How to see whether you are from your chart? Now you'll see when I'm in a trade, brother. When I'm in a trade, um, let's just make sure that it's enabled. Yeah, everything's enabled. So you'll see it. It will come up on as like a nice little line on my chart. SPX swept the high. Yeah, ES also swept the high. So like if we go to ES, this is the high on ES. So you have that like divergence. Wait for the indicator to load and it will show you a little line. That should do anyway. Okay, doesn't probably because I'm on the wrong time frame. But like you can see here. Oh, it shows it on Nasdaq. There you go. But little red line shows you that like the weakness was there. But I didn't get filled on the first one. Shit. That was crazy. Devin, great trade, bro. I'm so happy for you. Got a 4 hour sweep, example 11. Would you still take it because not the opening? If we get a 4 hour sweep at example at 11, would you still take it? Well, we already have that sweep, right? So if 11 comes on and then sells up, then probably not. Sells up, buys up. Maybe not today. Thanks, man. Maybe not today, but I can see this going down to the monthly fair value gap. It looks too obvious though, so probably wrong on that. Maybe we'll see. Midnight target here. Yeah, this was the rotation, right? Like I kind of said, we were looking for the reasons for this to go up to around this level, and then we wanted to sell it. Um, playbook's been spot on. I just couldn't click the button today. I quite literally hesitated everywhere. I was about it just one of those days where I don't know, probably a bit of setup change. Like I'm trying to like trade on my phone, my trade of it. Like it's a bit chaotic. So yeah, have a safe flight. See you later. See you later, Chris. Is everything in the chart already pre-marked? It marks it itself. The only thing there's a couple of lines that I draw myself. This is the model. This is my model pretty much to a T, right? Driving up into discount. So I just wanted another stab at this, really. So like, look, discount from this low to the high over there runs up. Then we get displacement into 50%, into 50%. Right. So now it's just those 50% all aligning and then whatever. Paul, to be honest with you, brother, I wanted another stab at like this level up here, 23,300s, because of like most of this here. And I just hesitated a little bit. And then by the time I was like, this is the model, why am I not doing it? We were already down here. So it was just silly. But it was the model, right? Like we can all agree that. Yeah, appreciate you, Devin, brother. Wait, Devin, you're in Arizona, right? Am I smoking something there? Can't hear me. A bunch of my friends are in Lake Power right now. I was thinking of going out there, maybe. What's it like there? Maybe a long following. Well, I can't long till the low. Realistically, I can't long on literally till the low down here. It's beautiful. Yeah, I've not seen it, bro. Is it properly nice or what? We'll have to go out there one day. Houseboat. Arizona. I don't know what they're on, to be honest. Are the houseboats big or what? I imagine they're on a big one. Huge. I imagine, yeah. Whoever enter 9:30 to 10, very rarely. 9 has to set up quite well for me to enter. Oh, chat, I'm so annoyed at myself. Full transparency, I should have clicked that and I'm just an idiot. Everyone rents a big houseboat. They do a New York accent. No, I'm not an animal, mate. I'm not a zoo animal. Can't tell me what to do. Pay me and I'll do it. I can be bought, I can't be bribed. I give 200 gems. Hmm. Hmm. Why so cheap? 200? Come on, cough up some more. Would you short the continuation model even though we have 9 and 10 a.m. lows? No, I wouldn't. I mean, look, I missed this trade. So like I missed this. Now what am I kind of I'll let you into some thought process in my head right now. One, I have a flight, so it's kind of irrelevant because I'm not actually going to do anything because I'm going to be on the plane. Two, if I wasn't on the plane and I was sitting here like, oh, I kind of want this, I want to trade this. I'm now coming at it from an emotional aspect of I missed the short, so naturally I'm probably going to look for a reason for this to retrace so I can short, right? The reality is if at 10 a.m. well, sorry, if at 2 p.m. we are still trading below here and we're not trading up here, what am I expecting at 2? I'm actually then expecting I'm actually this to sell down at that point into this daily low, right? This overnight low area. However, that's trading towards a daily, right now, a daily swing. So I'm in a bit of no man's land. I should have took the 4 hour trade to the open, and now we're trading off midnight, and now we're looking to rally up. So the reality is I probably don't do anything here because I missed the trade. I missed the trade I should have taken, and now I'm gonna naturally, because I'm a human being, want the other side of that trade to play out so that I can either have a retake at this trade up here and play that, which I'm probably not going to do, or take the same trade just in the opposite direction. So that's just all emotion, no logic. So I just have to do nothing, which sucks, which is why I'm annoyed. And I'm annoyed, so I shouldn't trade it because then I'm just acting on emotion. And that sounds like, oh yeah, whatever. Why don't you just trade it if you think it's going to play out? Like, cool, but intuition's a real thing. I was speaking to a lot of people about this last night. It's like sometimes I just don't want to do things because like I'm fully aware of my behavior. You know? And right now I'm probably gonna chase it a little bit because I literally hesitated like to hell, and everyone around me I know that is aware of this would have sold this, pushed back, and then caught this melt off. It's just a little bit silly from me. I don't need this trade. No, I mean I'm chilling, but it's just I don't need any trade. I just that's just my job, right? My job's just to execute my stuff. I don't trade CFDs, only futures, Tom. Happens to everyone. Why the 30-second? Because it's the 15th. So what so we went over this a few times now, right? Is the 4 hour open at 10, right? Let's just mark the 4 hour open. It's right here, right? At 10. It's also the hourly open. It's also the 15-minute open at 10. So if this opens up and they all open up above this high, which again is the 4 hour high, the hourly high, and the 15-minute high. So if I just mark this area right now, yeah, because the 1 and the 15-minute all align, that's just the high, and I'm looking at it to sell back below. I can just jump to the 1 minute or the 30-second, and I just get a choice in here of which 30-second or 1 minute inversion to trade. That's it. So far, no trades this session. I took a long during New York, but that's it. So for me, this is that. If this was not a 15-minute high, and when I say that, I say it like this. Say, um, say it did this, right? Oh, it's really hard to explain. Say the 15-minute opens here, right? Let's just say it does that, right? And then this is not a 15-minute high. And the entry would have been on a new 15-minute candle, which at that point I need this high to unlock this. I can only sell a 1 minute here because it's not a 15-minute wick. Right now, this bought up, sold down, creates that 15-minute wick. Now I'm positioned in the wick of that. I'm positioned in the wick of the 4 hour, the hourly, the 15-minute, the 5 minute. I'm not, like whatever. But look, I could even enter on this 5 minute if I got another chance because of the 4 hour high, right? And that's the only thing that matters there. But like, where's my target then? Because this stop is probably a bit deeper, good SMT. So my target's probably this low. I don't want to be in that trade. Don't want to manage that trade because I'm not going to be here to manage that trade. So it's hard, you know. And I just want to do this for a long time, you know. I had a clip cut up recently for it, and it's like, do I like trading? Probably not. Full transparency. Do I like the life that trading gives me? I love it. And I just love my life. So what does that mean? I have to turn up and treat this stuff with respect. I have to be aware of me, who I am, and what I do. And that's it. And if I can't do that, I can only live this life for so long. And I fucking love this life. That's it. Um, what's my opinion on Lewis Hamilton saying he's useless? I haven't seen that. What's it called? Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've been too busy to catch up on the Formula One, the news, all that stuff. So yeah, we'll see. Advice for someone that's break even for 6 months. You're better than 99% people at this game. And this is the real reality is, okay, they say 7% of people are profitable. I think it's a lot less than that because I think it's probably less than 1% of people are profitable in this game. But the reality is, it's 95% people are a losing trader. 4 or 5% of people are break even, and then there's like the 0% of people that make money. That's just the truth. Closing here, that 180 long. Bro, you can wink at me all you want. You longed here, and we're both below those levels. You got stopped out, took another long, and now you're closing for 20 points. Congrats. Um, told you long 180. You're boring, brother. You're like hella boring, by the way. I'm asking whether 4 hour candle sweep setup is still valid even if it happens an hour or two after the 4 hour candle is opened. Yeah, of course. As long as it's a 4 hour candle, it doesn't matter when it happens. But like, don't be any, stick to your model. What is this comment, bro? Blah blah blah. You missed a 200-point trade. Okay, brother. Sure. I made 270 grand last month trading. What about you? Oh, they banned you. I'm happy with selling. Do you think we'll make a higher day? Better to not trade than lose. Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. Also, imagine closing your trade out for 20 points and now having to watch it run 40 points in your face. Show them your huge legs. Okay, be humble. No need for flexing on these. I don't like that term, but yeah. And that's not flex. I'm just being honest. I shut down Twitter, and that's quite common knowledge. 265K spent on fuel. Yeah, true, actually. Fucking anyone want to buy a G-Wagon? If you were to give a couple of really important things to say in terms of being successful, what would you say? In trading, like you just again, right? Like a lot of people say like process over like profits. I actually don't necessarily agree with that. I think that there's a point when that money matters to you too much and it becomes an emotional decision because it impacts your emotional um like ability to regulate. Like everyone has a different level of resilience, right? And it's really important that you are able to understand how resilient of a person you are, especially from an emotional perspective. Everyone has an emotional baseline, and the highs and the lows of that emotional baseline is just what makes life. And in trading, you can actually apply the exact same thing, right? Is you have an emotional baseline, and when you're in a trade, your emotional baseline, you're up and down, you're below and above your emotional baseline. The resilience part of that is how quick can you return to taking a loser, being less emotional about it, and getting back on side. Some people that takes a day or two. Some people it takes minutes. Some people are just like flatlining the entire time. They're not that bothered about it. I would say that that's probably not that true because you're a human being and you have some emotional regulation. So I think everybody that I know is successful has a good an emotional regulation control in just life. They're able to fight off lust. They're fight off all the things, lust, greed, etc., whatever. They're able to control all of those things, and then that impacts you in trading. So if you feel like you're a greedy person in life, or you want more and you want more, then you're probably going to want more and more from trading. So it's like go back in your personal life and fix the core problem, and you're most likely going to fix the problem in trading. But you have to be able to identify that, and to do that, you have to kind of leave your ego on the shelf, which again I've had to do a lot of saying, actually, I am the problem. It's not the market. The market's going to do what the market's going to do, and you need to be able to say to yourself, hey, I have to turn up and be like diligent and respect the market and stick to my rules, because there's nothing I can say to you that's gonna change like recreate the wheel. The harsh reality is, and again, I said this last night to someone, is I could tell you what to do. The harsh truth is you've got to do it. Because if you don't do it, then what's the point of even listening, like me saying it, you know? So yeah, sorry, a bit of a rant, but we're thinking about selling it. Well, it's hard, right? Because yeah, I mean, why wouldn't we? That's the harsh truth. It's just so late, and I have to go to the airport. But yeah, um, I mean, you could sell this right here, right? It's a 5 minute, so you can sell this, stop above. But the reality is this is more of a longer term trade because you probably need to aim for at least this low for it to be worth it. And if you really want to, you can aim for this low. But this is, you're basically expecting all of this to fall off, and this is a 3 hour trade. So I'd probably just hit back to midnight. I'm flying. I don't know. I don't know the airport, to be honest. Whatever one I flew into. ORL. Is that ORL? ORD? I don't know. I'm flying into JFK though. No, I'm not. I'm flying into. Yeah, I mean, I'm also not selling this, right? So I don't know. Should I book you a hostel? Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorted. I'm sorted. I would tell you where I'm staying, but I just can't trust you guys. Someone's gonna be waiting for me in my room. Oh, did I share my screen? What thing? Oh, crap. I should do that right away. 2 seconds. Uh, there you go. It's done. I logged out of everything as well. Yeah. I just changed all my passwords, so I didn't know what was shared. That was annoying. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know I was sharing my screen. I thought I was just sharing my trading view, to be honest. How did I change them all so quick? I'm logged in on separate screens. So and then I just mass log out of everything. I want to know what I was sharing. I can do that if I go back. I just can't do that until I thing, you know. At this point, what's my bank detail? Yeah, but be careful. I mean, look, it's no one can withdraw anything anyway. So yeah, I know. I checked my funded next login. I already changed the password on that anyway. How much power do I keep in my trading account? Um, Try and log in. It won't bother me. You might get some spam as your email is on there. Oh, the email that I don't look at that email anyway. That email is just for spam. First time in New York? No, no, maybe it's not. I've been to New York before, but uh, not for anything other than business. So password is Lorraine. It sucks that your funded account. That sucks, man. It was your funded account login. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. I changed the password. It doesn't matter. Don't stress it, chat. Don't stress it. Yeah, my indicators? Sure, brother. Asian range just plots the Asian range for me. It basically just, jeez. it basically just plots this, right? Uh, this gray box here. So it just plots this. Um, Bro, I'm just currently using my iPad on my set on my monitor. Anyway, so this is the Asian range. Then you have the open, then you have the stat map, which basically just marks midnight, which just marks this midnight level, and marks these daily manipulation levels, which just they're just statistical levels that get traded into. I then have my model, which is the indicators. So there's some indicators, and then sorry, indicators. What am I going on about? Premium discount, and then it adds in my entries here, right? And then I have the opening range, which is right here, and the opening range is this. That's it. My Asian range is from 7 until 2. That's it. Can you show your ES and your thoughts, please? It's the same, right? I think ES and Q is the same. It's just lagging a little bit. I naturally bullish until 2300, like till this level, which is just, you know. Is there any indicator called premium discount? No. All right, let's just check this. No one's tried to do anything on anything. Rookie mistake from me, chat. You just purchased a seat next to me. I'm actually gonna have to say to Delta, like, hey, um, actually did. Why did I do that? It's so dumb. Like you're sitting next to me on the plane. Oh yeah, it was my alarm email anyway. Let's just see, like, does it have any information on there? Air Marshal's gonna be eyeing me up. Yeah, it does. It's annoying. Oh wow. The yellow box area. Bro, this is the opening range pool. What are we going on about, bro? Right. I'm done, guys. I'm obviously not wrapping up right now, but I'm not trading this, so I really messed up with the emails chat. That's so crazy of me. Not really. I think 5 minute. You need to see some sell, retest lower. How often do I read to withdraw my profits for daily living? Not. I don't really think like that, to be honest, because yeah, I don't think like that. Average per week depends really. Average, I would say like 10, but that's because some days like I just try and trade myself out of a hole or trade myself into a hole. Those days are typically like my bad days, where like a bit more tilting, a bit more trading, a bit more over trading, etc. So you do an account. Um, any advice to compress, reset, take a break, figure out what you could have done better. Was it your model? Did your model just go on a bit of a run, like bad run? Did you mess up? Did you overtrade? There are lots of contributing factors to blowing something up, you know? You went on tilt. Um, when do I think I'll do the mentorship again? Not for a while. How much do I travel? A couple of times a month. Well, there was only this time last month I was in Saint-Tropez, went to Nice for a bit. I'm back in the, Chicago now, New York tomorrow, New York today actually. Back to the UK. I go to Maldives in November. I go to Florida in October. Yeah, I travel a lot. What do I think of the Asian dude that makes 50 million a year trading? Who's that? Are they business trips? I mean, the Maldives is not a business trip. Ducks, don't know who he is. Stephen Ducks. No comment, chat. Not that interested in it. Oh, let's see. I'm in a short. No, but the short makes sense, right? The blue box just represents the hourly and the 4 hour wick right now. And realistically, you just want to see the 11 a.m. candle in 7 minutes open up below here, below this, really. If it does that, it should sell lower. If it opens up in here, it may just take the high and then sell down. We'll see. I'm not really touching it. Your strat requires a lot of patience because sometimes you don't get the retrace entry. How do you deal with that psychology? Yeah, just you do it enough, it's just autopilot, right? And yeah, that's it. What's my sentiment right now? Sure. Yeah, sure. Where would my TP be if I entered this short? Right here, like this. Thanks, Banders. Another, yeah. I mean, if 11 does set up for it, the thing is you don't want what you do want. Either it's a 11 to open up above here, gives you that 11 P03, or 11 to open up below, and then you just look to sell validation above, right? How'd you get through learning to trade if you didn't actually like it? No, but that's the thing is like you like trading in the beginning, right? Because you get what you're like deeply invested in it, like you do. You like it, but at some point it becomes less about like you liking it and more about just doing the do because you've turned that edge. You're profitable. It's process over profits, which sounds cringe, but it's the truth. ES is now trading into the high. Yeah. Or the X, how are you, Mr. XYZ?
Oh, am I in here? What's up, Kane?
You
How you
good?
feeling?
I'm feeling okay. What about you?
I'm all right. You look refreshed, man. Did you go to bed early?
I did go to bed early,
You
yeah.
did.
The other guys went out, and I just don't have it in me, especially because the jet lag would kick my ass this morning. So yeah,
Dude, I hate that
you
you missed that short, man.
yeah, that sucks, right? Did you get it? You actually did. That's mean. That's
Those
mean.
are runners too.
That's so
Those
mean.
are runners.
Yeah, that's horrible from you. Yeah, no, I just fumbled that. To be fair, I would have got out pretty well, but yeah, it's it's just a bad day for me, XY, and I just don't want to touch this market now because I would just, like I said, I'll just do dumb things, right? And I just will chase it into Wonderland, and it will punish me. It won't reward me.
Yeah, it's a pass the baton kind of day. It's my turn to make some money for once. So.
Yeah, don't make it out like you don't make money consistently because I will not let that one slide. So you make good money quite regularly. So I could buy the sushi, but it's on you this time. Okay.
It's on me. It's on me,
Yeah,
man.
it's on you. It's on you. Right. What's your plan for the day? You're gonna just long this into
Well,
Valhalla or what?
honestly, I don't know. I was short and I ended
You
up just
flipped.
after what, the fourth time they failed the open. I took
Yeah.
it, trailed me out the last one, and then I was like, I should really get long right here. And I missed it. I missed
Yeah.
the long and it just kept running. So I was like, oh, what's going on without me? So coming back, overnight high area, they did absorb a lot. So I was like, all right, I'll get along here. Took half my position off at the IB high right here. Pretty much high, new high day, half off. I'm down to three. And from here, it's either going to continue or it's going to come back to me. We'll break even. And if it does that, it's probably a rotational day. I don't know if I want to take another trade if it's going to be rotational for the next hour, but we'll see.
Hmm.
I'm
A
happy with
24-hour
that.
VWAP is it's getting respected quite nicely right now.
Right, right.
Yeah, see that
So
on your screen.
we'll
Yeah.
see. Hopefully it just continues up so I don't have to do anything but put some money in my pocket.
And you'll break even on this long right now.
Break even on the rest of the position, yeah, on three lots. So we'll see. What time's your flight, man?
My flight is it's what's the time now? It's 10 right here. And my flight's at 1, so I'm just gonna pack up and head to the airport and
How long
chill at
is
the
it?
airport. It's like I don't know. I'm gonna look when I turn the stream off because I've screwed up so many times today. I've shared so much that I shouldn't have shared. So yeah, I don't know. Um, like an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. I don't know. I
No,
just
I mean
sleep
the
it.
flight time.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, the time I think from Chicago to New York is like an hour and a half maybe at a push.
Oh, you're
Can't be
going to
more
New
than that.
York.
Yeah, can't be more than that. I'm not going to London. No, I'm
I
going to
thought you were going to
London on
London.
no, I'm going to London on Saturday evening, and that's like a 9.5 hour flight.
Got it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought you were coming in London to Chicago just for 2 days and back to London. I was like, this guy's crazy.
yeah, that would be crazy, bro. No,
This guy's
He's-
crazy.
no, no, no. I don't have that in me. That would just like I'd be ruined. Like my sleep, I'd adjust my sleep to just adjust it again. No, 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 no. I'm in New York till Saturday evening, so yeah, like three more, like Wednesday, yeah, 4 more days, and then I fly home, land Sunday, get back into the routine Monday, Tuesday, which actually is not too bad because it gives me a chance to sort my sleeping pattern out because my sleeping pattern in the UK was kind of screwed. It was
Mm.
starting to get a bit
Oh
bad.
yeah.
I was staying up till stupid late working on projects and was getting up at like 9 a.m., which is so late for me. So it's like this gives me a chance to just reset my sleep get up early, do the non-negotiables, get back into routine. So it actually was quite nice, which sounds so extreme to come away just to sort my routine out. But yeah, it's just the way I like to roll.
So you were you jet lagged in Chicago?
Yesterday, yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Like we went for dinner and at like 10 p.m. Like a lot of the guys were like, should we just go to a bar somewhere? I was like, yeah, you should. I'm gonna go to bed though. And I came in and I quite literally brushed my teeth and passed out, bro. I was just out. So yeah. But anyway, I got a flight to catch. I appreciate you all, and I will see you all very soon. Good luck, brother.
Your brother.
See you soon.
All right, well, see what we can get. Again, I hate that this was such a good long right here, honestly. But I hate that I missed that. It's tough to switch to like just coming out of a short, going long, or just coming out of a long, flipping short. Um, it does take time to adjust, but this was such a good long, a better long than the short that I had. I was short from 260s around here. Um, scale out half, and I held three all the way down to almost 100 points. So my day is done, guys. But I have to be back for the afternoon show, so maybe it's not done. I'm gonna stop out here. I'll hold these two. But yeah, the long was even better. Obviously the leg is nice. This is a really good hold out overnight high here. But if they're gonna fail to extend, I'm gonna take another one. So I'm gonna go down to one. If they're gonna fail to extend this, we're looking at rotational. Both ES and NQ, similar profiles. Um, yeah, and if it's gonna be rotational after some pretty key choices, the trades won't be as good. We're not gonna get like that straight down, straight up kind of thing anymore. Likely it's gonna chop around. A lot of inventory has been put in. It's about 90 minutes after the open now. I guess we'll just, for now, while we sit in this long, see what's up in the chat. Oh, chat was flying in the morning, man. Um, Big dogs on the screen. What's up? What's up, shop? Yeah, they got me working mornings now. I'm gonna be on today or yeah, this week and next week, Wednesday. I don't really have a set schedule, but I got double coffee. What time did I get up? I got up at like probably 6:50. Usually I'm up around like 7:15, 7:20, so a little earlier. Thankfully, because I caught the short, so I actually was well compensated for waking up earlier today. I was able to get to desk and see it run up and fail. So the short, pretty much, at the time, well, the profile kind of looks the same still. We were working on this node up high up here, and as soon as it got lost, the sell pressure really came in. So took the short in 260s, risking a move back into the node. I think it was about like 11-point stop, maybe like 62-ish, 63. Um, Risking coming back to this node, and it just washed super fast, moved down, peeled off half overnight high, and I held the other three, and it just kept going. It's not common that I can hold three lots for like 100 points. It's just the market moves so fast, it made it easier. So that's not a common occurrence. Don't get that twisted for sure. Um, in the long, yeah, I missed it. So yeah, it was the node. You can see ES's profile is kind of the same right now. They're working on a node up high. If they lose that and they start trading back under the 6350s, it's likely going to just be a rotational day. This is already being given up by NQ here. Um, Yeah, possibly rotational. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully they hold this somewhere so I can just sit in this runner and we can just continue up. But let me show you guys a high time frame. So also why I wanted that short earlier. This is a low volume area. As price came up into what, these 80s, right? We're looking at all of this. Try to mark this out for you guys right here. This spot, expecting offer to step in. How much they get done is up to the market, and lucky for me, they got quite a bit done. So longs similar. We had this low volume area, right, coming up. If they're gonna fail again, downside. So we've got working downside, pop it back up. If they hold this low volume area, higher low again, this could move through. So that's why I say these longs were really good, because I wouldn't have gotten in here. This is where I'm getting flat on the shorts, but seeing them try to offer this again through VWAP and coming back through, this was where you wanted to be long. Um, Still got long higher because of this hold. So my initial entries were here, my ads were higher. This is why you see the average up here now. So that kind of sucked. Well, the ads about 10 points higher almost. But yeah, the hold here, the order flow was really, they were trying to sell this thing. They were definitely trying to sell this thing lower. The delta has since unwound. You can see the delta by price. It's pretty negative here, but it was also negative down here. The offer lifting out of it unwound a lot of the delta, so it looks like this now. But this was a good hold. So structurally, right, this was the lid, the overnight high. You can see it popped through. They failed it, came back, popped it through again. And if they can hold this, what used to be the lid, and flip it into passive offer, into a passive bid, shows me that, okay, open bid, sure, that's fair. It's going to bid. They held it. They held another offer attempt. They came back, and if the bid's willing to step higher, this could be the cap to the downside. Now the bid's willing to step higher. They weren't before, right? So that's the long. KE, go check out my YouTube. You'll find your answer. Uh, am I with the lab? No, I'm not with the lab. I'm not sure if there's any order flow traders, the lab, but this is they're selling this thing pretty hard here. Yeah, I don't think there's order flow traders in the lab. Give me a second, guys. Um, all right. I lost the chat for a second. Sending him screenshots time. Yeah. Well, we're in a Discord with a few buddies, super small. It's just like a few of us. Kane's in there. And I was shocked. Honestly, I was so shocked at how well that short worked and how much I was in three lots. So three lots, like close to 100 points. I was like, I can't believe this is working so well. And then I'm hearing Kane talking about how he missed a short. I was like, I need to I need to send this. I mean, look, today I made money. There are other days where I'm not in a trade and Kane's making like, I don't know, $60,000 without me. So it's a little get back is all it is. What made it look like such a great long? Yeah, Logan, I kind of went over that. If you need me to go over it more elaborately, just let me know in the chat right now. We'll try to drill down on it a little more. To look at a footprint, I do utilize a footprint. Yeah, you can't see it here, but yes, I do like my footprint. 5 minute footprint to be specific. I've tried so many things. On ES, I like an 8 tick Renko footprint. But on NQ, I could never find anything. I tried ranges, I tried Renkos, I tried all sorts of stuff. to really clean up the info. And I always just came back to the 5 minute because NQ is really gradient with order flow, you know. It's not tape by tape. I mean, it's not tape. It's not tick by tick like ES is, you know. You can get some kind of order flow across like 4 points, and you have to be mindful of the range of order flow. Looks like we're moving. They held it again. ES's profile looks pretty horrendous, honestly. Should I trail this now? I'll trail this up here. Yeah. With NQ, it's a lot different, and I always came back to the 5 minute. I actually really like the 5 minute time frame on everything I trade. I'm just used to it. The tape sensei. I appreciate it, but that's a stretch. Yes, overnight stat still in play. Absolutely. Absolutely. What is the overnight stat, one might ask? There is a very, very, very high chance one of the overnight levels gets tagged. Yeah, I'll move this, you know what? Move it down to the absorption. Yeah, so there's like I think it's like a 90% chance that either overnight high, overnight low will be tagged in an RTH session. So yeah, that's Psy. That is a great observation for sure. NQs has been fulfilled overnight high. How do you determine if the profile is to fill versus complete? That is more of an intuitive thing. It's by seeing so many profiles that it gets to a point where you have a good idea how they generally resolve, right? If you look at like these daily profiles here, you can get an idea of how they generally look like on certain environments, right? You're usually going to see better tapers, this or this. The lows won't look like a shelf, or certain levels in the day won't remain like a shelf for the whole day because, you know, if you look at all these profiles, there really aren't like hard anything that's really a shelf, you know. The compression is really high, so you might see some here, but if you compress it just like 2 ticks or 4 ticks, everything's really smoothed out. So sometimes you see a profile that looks really weird. So intuitively, you develop that pattern recognition where if you can see a profile, you're like, this is a really weird looking profile. I don't think it's going to resolve like this, and it's going to be worked on, and you can kind of form some kind of trade around it. Um, yeah, ES is really heavy. There's not really a good taper downside or upside. So that short ES did lend a hand in my short on NQ because the lows weren't really giving a really good taper, an exhaustive look. And ES did, you know, when NQ went all the way down to the open, ES did poke a new low. They resolved it. They came back up. Now there's a taper on the low, and now we're working up. But it looks pretty heavy, you know. NQs looks clean right now. They're building it. It looked like they were about to lose it. They didn't. They trapped right below it right here. They came back. Now they're building. So you can see that the passive offer is still out there. Look at all this delta. If they were to go through this offer and to continue, it's going to look like another build, right? They're going to get another node going. But say I'm flat and I want to short, right? I mean, say I'm flat and I'm like, I'm not going to long it. I'm either going to short or do nothing. In this case, I would do nothing because we're still working higher on volume, right? Volume would be the indication of interest. And the market's still working higher because we're building a higher node. In these scenarios, it's more likely to continue in that direction and build another node at some point, and then another node if that one doesn't get lost. It's not until we lose this node and we trade these 260s again, and we can't trade the 270s much, right? Then you can start to look at the change of hands in the order flow, you know, the move back down, so on and so forth. So these are like the intuitive parts of the volume profile that you'll dive into over time. You get that pattern recognition. Yeah, I mean, convoluted way to answer the question, but I hope it, Marcinio, I hope that helps. Spend a lot of time, look through a lot of profiles, keep an eye on when it looks weird. How does the market generally resolve it, right? Or when does the market just not care about it? What's my YouTube? XYZ trades. Pretty sure it's 3 E's. XYZ 3 E's trades. 50-50 on that. It's something like that. Just go to my Twitter. My Twitter for sure is XYZ trades. That I do know. Do I have a Discord? No. My thinking is if there's enough interest at some point, I will make a Discord. For right now, I'm just NT Live. There is something else coming for YouTube that's Leo's been teasing. So whenever they want to officially announce, you guys will know. But for now, no Discord. If enough people tell me they want me to make a Discord, I'll make a Discord. If you need to fill airtime, I'd love a bit more detailed explanation. I heard you talk about it though, so it's all good either way. Yeah, Logan, if there's more interest in that topic, we'll go in on that. I'm just trying to get through chat real quick. I'm honestly, I'm not taking another trade on stream, I don't think. I had this crazy short and this long is paying pretty well. I had 6 lots on this, so. Also, that's to caveat Wit. He says, your hold times are inspiring for a scalper like me. Trust me, my hold times are not that good. I do say often, I would say 90% of traders, this is honest opinion. I'm not trying to be like, coy about it. I'm so bad at holding, and that's why I'm a scalper. And that's why I trade lower time frames. I'll mark zones high time frame. You always got to have your zones, right? And we can go over how I mark them in a second if people are interested. But my zones and my levels are always references. I'm not doing the stuff you see on Twitter where someone's got a zone or a level and they're top ticking, bottom ticking it. Like, this is my level, came into my level, blah, blah, blah. I'm always going to interact based on the most current intraday structure. How am I holding this one so well? Well, it's because I've been paid so much this morning that now this feels a lot less consequential, right? So now I can really stretch this because emotionally, if it came back to me, I don't really feel any sort of ways about it, right? If this was my only trade, I'm looking to aggressively trail like 50 points in. I'm not looking to give any of that back. Speaking of which, I'm gonna look to do trail a little higher now, right? I'm not looking to give any of that back. The reason I suck at holding is an emotional thing. I see it on the table and it's like, I know I can just grab it. So I fight with that. But I remember last week, I had a 4K open profit at some point. It came back break even, people had things to say about it. And I had other trades where it's like 1K open profit, almost 2K open profit, came back. That's a different scenario, right? If I'm in full size and I haven't taken profit, it's because it's not in my plan yet. I can't do that. I have to make sure when I'm winning, it's stretched so much further when I'm on the right side of the market than otherwise. Some people were like, oh, you're insane. You had 1,200 open profit. Why didn't you take it? How do you know that's even 1R for me, right? It has to make sense. The scaling has to make sense because the market either goes up or down. If you're on the right side, make sure you're getting paid for it. If you're looking to scale so aggressively, maybe it's not, and you're on the right side, maybe it's not even a condition you should be touching. That's how I think, right? If I'm taking a position, it's because I think it can go a certain way. You have to know where you're going. And if I'm going to cheat the plan and cut myself short at like 1R or sometimes even 1.5R, right? Knowing that the target is still a ways away and if I'm right, this can move further, there's no chance I'm going to cut. I'm not going to give up my access to that trade. I'm not going to give up the ticket that I got what I believed was a good price for that, for a 1 hour. You're insane. You guys shouldn't do that. And this is coming from a scalper, right? What, just 2 weeks ago, I'm taking 10 to 12 point targets, right? And letting the rest go because, well, the ATR was so small, but the range has since expanded. I would be cheating myself if I were aggressively taking profits, being on the right side of an expanded range. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to pick positions in spots where the market's now going to make a choice, up or down. You flip the coin. If I'm on the wrong side of the coin, I'm losing X amount. But if I'm on the right side of the coin, I'm winning X amount. That's how trading's got to be. It's got to be that simple. This long, right? This is where I felt the market is going to make a choice. We're either going all the way back down, probably a new low if this fails, or we're going up. We're breaking the IB finally because the IB stats open, right? That's why my initial take profits were IB. And we can look to extend. But either way, I'm winning way more than I'm losing. Mine, keep in mind, this was not my entry. These were my last ads. My entries first were down here, right? So I'm risking down here for at least the IB upside. Trading has to be that way, at least for me, right? So I want to dive into the whole thing because I don't want you guys to think that I'm some like crazy. You want to talk holds, you talk like you're thinking Stowe, you're thinking Kane. Kane doesn't even take partials. That I would go nuts. I can't mentally handle that, right? So how I manage my trades a lot of the times is I'm always having that the inner thought with myself, the inner dialogue, like you cut this trade and it goes without you, how do you feel? You don't cut this trade, it comes back to you, how do you feel? The answer is always, if it comes back, I feel so much worse. And it might set me off into a bad way for the rest of the trading session. So I'm going to cut that. And hey, if it comes back, I'm buying the pullback. If it doesn't, it is what it is. This is my system. This is what keeps me tempered. This is what keeps me cool, right? Um, things like that. So my trade management is based pretty heavily on my emotions. And a lot of traders are like, oh, you gotta be a robot. You can't emotion this. You gotta be blah. To me, you want to perform at like peak execution, you've got to be there mentally. And my idea of mental capital is you enter the market, geez, this is a huge offer lift, 428 lots at 24. So this is not going to resolve this way, but they might pull it back, trail me out, but this is not the high. Look at the volume profile. It is quite literally a ledge. Someone just got stuffed. A big sell came in, got absolutely stuffed. So yeah, mental capital to me is you enter the market, let's just say full mental capital, best case scenario. And as you're in the market, even when you're not trading, it's depleting, right? It's like a battery. It's depleting, it's depleting. If anyone plays games, it's like HP or it's like mana, right? It's depleting. It's like damage over time when you're in the market. When you're in a trade, it depletes faster. When you're in a trade and you're in drawdown, it's exponentially faster, right? So these are the conditions. And to me, mental capital will never regenerate during a trading session. You start where you start, it depletes, it does not come back. It only comes back if, say, you stepped away you're like, I'll come back in the afternoon. You do something else and you come back refreshed. Sure. For some people, it's like that. For me, it's not even like that. When I come into the afternoon session with you guys, I'm never at like peak mental capital because I've already been trading. I do these, this is my trading time frame around, we'll say B to mid B period for the next like hour. If it's 2 hours, I'm not having as great of a time as I'd like to be, right? Um, but I'm already trading, so and then today, right? You're watching my typical morning session, and then I'm gonna come back in the afternoon. So usually like I'll try to trade lighter in the afternoon or things like that. But that's mental capital for me. I have to be so hyper aware of where I am in mental capital that my trading revolves around that. So right now you're looking at me like holding like a champ, but it's because the P&L of the runner is a lot less consequential than otherwise. Um, yeah, I don't want you guys to think like I'm some kind of whole time is like do as I say, not as I do. Because I swear I'm not that great at it, but I move around it, right? That's why I always say like the whole chasing the ghost thing. Don't chase perfection. You got to know who you are. You got to accept who you are. Find the process that works with your personality. For me, it's scalping. I might be in a trade where I'm closing 40 points and I'm happy. I'm like, yesterday I had a 45 point one and done trade. I closed it out. You guys saw the range yesterday. Everyone's taking money every which way. One trade for me, short, down, closed it. I turned off my chart. I think it was like 15 minutes, if even that. But that's where I excel, right? You do what the other guys are doing. I could never. I don't try to. It doesn't fit me. Um, Tick aggregate. I'm sorry, guys. It was a convoluted answer. I know. I go on rants for this reason. Tick aggregation on footprint and DOM. Two ticks NQ. Two ticks compression NQ. Hope you're well today. I'm doing very well today. Backs to back streams. Yeah, we're double header. I think they're trying to turn me into Stephen A. Smith here on NT Live. It's funny, I go on rants like he does, huh? If you guys don't like rants, the stream ain't for you. Um, I've got a lot of thoughts. I go on rants, and it's because it's things that I wish younger trader me knew, but had no one to tell me. So when I speak to you guys and it feels like I'm talking to you personally, calling you an idiot or something, it's really me talking to myself. Don't take it personally. What's the points you're searching for? I'm not searching for any points. I'm trailing it until they fail to reach higher. They pull back a little too much and they take me out. I'm trailing until it seems like a spot where they might switch the order flow, pull back further. That's all it is. I've already taken my profits. I was in 6 lots. I took 5. I'm down to 1, and this one's gonna have to work for me. I'm a little upset. I heard the anti-live crew got taken out for some Nobu on the house yesterday. I'm upset. Me and Stowe gonna talk when we get back. They ate some Nobu without me. I should have told Kane. I'm upset at him too. Splug's got a Renko set up. Yeah, that might be a good setup, honestly. I tried a lot of things. How do I backtest and collect data? I'm not your guy to ask that, that's for sure. Do you trade anywhere live besides NinjaTrader? Right now, sometimes in the OFL Discord. Um, Make a Discord, please. Please make a Discord. Discord, please. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, if there's enough interest, I'll fire one off. But for now, you guys can find me here. We'd like to see high mark zones. We'll get into that. Yeah. I mean, we've got like 30 minutes left here, and I'm just letting this fire off. I'm not actively really managing it other than trailing a stop as we reach higher and higher. Let's look at a high time frame real quick. Where are we going? So, I mean, if we can hit 380s, that'd be cool. I will take this actually if we can reach 390s. That would be an insane hold for me. So let me put a limit order before we'll go like the middle ground, 85. I'm likely gonna get trailed out before anyway, but yeah. Sorry. Let me get back to chat. How much do I risk per trade? Anywhere from like 1100 on the low end to like almost 2K, like 1800-ish. 11 to 18. So my size will be accordingly. This was the LDN close. London close effect. Yeah, I do look at London close. No. Sorry, I don't look at London close. I'm aware of London close, which is in a minute. I'm aware of it. It's nothing too crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be like it could be a shift in order flow because okay, well, if none London I feel is net long, then expect it to close out. Some longs have it be a pullback because they're gonna close out, stuff like that, but it's nothing like crazy market moving. If I'm flat prior to London close and it's close to London close, I'll wait for that to resolve and then I'll look onwards. London Open is something that I look at. It's a level. I do really enjoy the London Open as a level. Great insight. Appreciate that. Do I trade anywhere live? Right here. Um, for now, we've got something cooking. Leo and the gang, Stowe, Nick, me. There's something cooking for YouTube. Follow us on Twitter. If production can be so kind as to plug my Twitter. Follow us on Twitter. I think I have a recent tweet about it too. Something's coming. Um, what do you see about the build and show and know that said it's not the high? Oh, at the time it was like really flat. What price was that? The 24s. So right here, you see 343 positive delta. Someone lifted the offer for 430 lots and got stopped completely. So the volume profile has like a straight line, and that's kind of like the ledge. And the profile does not, I would say 99.999 to infinity% of the time, it will not resolve that way. So if they stopped it there, pulled it back to a good enough location, I'm getting long, I'm getting painfully long to get through that spot. That's one of those super rare opportunities that are not really present, not often. And when it is, I'm taking full advantage of it. I'm going to get painfully long. Feel free to rant. Appreciate it. How'd you get the DOM showing your chart from the volume profile? There's no DOM on this chart. Oh, this is a delta by price. It's not a DOM. It's like a volume profile, but it tracks delta only. Geez, this thing is moving. Yeah, it tracks delta, and it resets on rotation to have 50 points. So if it rotates the other way 50 points, it's going to reset. Delta by price. It's an OFL tool. Orderflowlabs.com if you want it. Yeah, NinjaTrader. Thanks for clarifying. What time do I trade in the morning? Live on stream or my normal time? Any update when we'll get more availability for OFL? That's not a question for me. I hardly know how to open a chart. If I can make money, you guys can too. Where that 1K lot on NQ go? He's right here, 349. So we've got 500 lots, one player at 45. So there's 523 lots. 500 is one guy. They're about to fill him. 349 has 1,200 lots, one player. So 1,208 total sitting, resting, but 1,200 lots, one guy. We saw him, what, 2 days ago? He was on the bid 2 days ago, lower. This guy can't make up his mind. Ignore him. We'll talk about him when he gets filled. If I missed a fill, let me know in the chat, because I'm reading chat. But there's two things here. This guy is showing. That is, we'll say it's a little sinister. Usually when they want to fill, they're not going to show size like that. They don't want the tape running away from them. They want the fill. The fact that he's showing size, I think there is an intention. What it is, I don't know. I don't really care. What I wait to see is how the market reacts, seeing that liquidity show up on the book, and if they fill. If they fill is two things. If that person doesn't move price or doesn't move the order and seeks to get filled, they have the intention of passively selling a lot. They want out of something. Could be covering longs, whatever. I'm going to trail this more aggressively now. So we're going to lock in whatever that could be. And if the market goes up to him and actually fills him, that means the buyers in the market are willing to buy and hit the offer for 1,200 lots. That's not bearish. That is extremely, to me, that is bullish because if they're willing to buy what will be new high of day for 1,200 lots effectively at the offer, they're crossing the spread for it. Dude, the demand for the market is insanely high. And that's when I'll start to gauge. Now, do they get forward movement on it, right? What happens after it gets filled? Anyways, where were we? Uh, yeah, what time do I trade? Where that one lot? There it is. Summer high time frame chart. Creeping over. Yeah, we didn't creep over easily. I actually offered this the first time. They almost offered it the second time. They did offer it the second time, right here. Offered it up here. They failed it. They came back and they tried to offer it, or they tried to offer it again lower high, but they got stuffed. And that's why I was like, oh, if it's not going to work, we're going to break this. So yeah, it did take a few attempts for them. And they replaced the single print downside with a single print upside working right now. So order flow is an interesting thing. Dynamic shifts in the market. Like this is a prime example of a shift in dynamics, right? What was offer became a bid right here. It's been passive offer all day. Failed it even. Failed to break. All of a sudden, there's a bid that's stepping up now. Didn't do that before, right? So the market always note after decisions are made, and decisions as in extending this range or extending that range, things can change after a range fails, after more information is relayed, which is offer here. Yeah, there was an offer, but they didn't get anywhere. Try it again, still didn't get anywhere. So it's like, well, if the market's not gonna go down, everyone sees it. Where's it gonna go? On stream. Usually trade the close afternoons, last 90 minutes of open. Usually I'm on trade the close. They've been plugging me into Wednesday mornings more recently. Um, I did the last two Wednesday mornings, same time. I'm on this Wednesday and next Wednesday. Oops. Next Wednesday morning I'm on again. I honestly don't know what it is. They just kind of plug me into places and I think they're aware that if it's too early, I'm probably not awake. I'm West Coast time, so yeah. Um, how do I set DOM so you can see it 1200? Oh, just get level 2 data. You can see resting orders with level 2 data. It's that easy. Get a DOM, subscribe for level 2 data, which is order flow data, resting orders, and you'll see it. If the ask is absorbing and it breaks out above absorption, do they come back and then bid that level? So Wonder Trader, that's a nuanced question. It's a little too black and white. Do they always? No. Do they sometimes? Yeah. And those are the trades that I like. Where the market's given me enough information where it's like, hey, this has been offered all day. And all of a sudden, there's actually a bid after the offer has failed like 2, 3 times. All of a sudden, there's a willing bid here, right? So that's a different scenario. But the thing is, you got to wait for those scenarios, right? You can't try to anticipate and speculate that, oh, this is what's going to happen right now. Like, no, let it happen first, right? Get your information, right? And then trade accordingly. Everyone gets like tempted to interact with every wiggle. I want to interact when enough information has been relayed where I feel like this particular entry gives me a distinct advantage. Where ultimately, when we enter a trade, we're flipping the coin. You just want to make sure it's like loaded dice or the coin is weighted in such a way where I got trailed out. It's weighted in such a way where if you're wrong for much less than when you're right. And then now your next data set of trading your equity curve is a series of coin flips where you have the distinct advantage. Trading without that feeling, probably not going to make it. With a short in front of him, a lot of what people who are newer to order flow think like, oh, there's a big offer. It's really scary. I should front run that because it's so scary. No, no, don't do that because you don't know how for real he is, right? He's stepping down now. He's at 39. He's at 339 from 45 earlier. He's stepping down as price is stepping down. You don't know if they're just showing to try to scare the market down. And if the market doesn't go down, they're going to pull it, step out of the way. Like you don't really know what the intention is. And quite frankly, the market doesn't care, right? These are nuances I'd stay away from. Anything that's trying to predict what specific players are looking to do, especially when they flash size on the DOM. Usually they're not going to do that. They're going to iceberg the order. When they want to get the fill, they're going to layer it in through like an iceberg or something. When they start messing around like that, some ain't right. And I'll wait for more info. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I'm glad to hear you guys are getting something out of this. Order flow is really convoluted. Also, you hear a lot about the DOM. You don't have to master the DOM to make money. There's plenty of ways to do this thing. If your way works, don't let someone like me tell you to do something else. You know what I mean? Have I ever mentored someone one-on-one? Yes. I actually recently just finished a 1 month mentorship. Um, he was my first. He was my guinea pig to see if I wanted to actually do a mentorship one-on-one. He is my first and he is my last. Not because it went bad. It was great. It was great seeing the progress. It's great seeing that he still messages me every morning with what he's done, his results. Did he stick to his plan, stuff like that. We talk about it. That is something that is extremely fulfilling. Now, the ticket price for it is very high, was very high. And the thing is, it does take a lot of my time. Um, and I decided one-on-one mentorships will not be something I'll explore further. So he's my first and my last. If I ever did anything educational, it would be obviously live streams for free, right? And anything further would be behind a Discord. So that's why I'm like, hey, if there's interest in a Discord, I'll make one. If there's not, I won't make one. There's no harm, no foul. It's not like I'm gonna start trying to sell a Discord. If there's enough demand, we'll do it, right? And what's not. I'm not gonna try to convince, traders in the market that, hey, there's value behind this Discord. They make the choice, and if they make that choice and there's value, we'll do it. So that's the story of my mentorship. It's a one and done. Could very well be fake bids. Fake bids and offers are everywhere, man. Yeah, you're right. That's why I like to see the fills occur. Resting orders, all bark, no bite. Not until it's filled. And then I want to see what the market does about it. Yeah, retail falls into that stuff, especially with Bookmap. So I don't use Bookmap, but a lot of people fall into that. They see Bookmap, they think they've got some insight, level 60 million data. No. Um, tick charts, yeah, tick charts are great. I started with tick charts, went to volume, went to Renko, ended up at Heikin-Ashi. But tick charts are great, especially as order flow traders, especially on ES. ES tick charts are really good. How much do I charge? I don't do mentorships anymore. Would you consider short if we give up this node? Yeah, I think if we give up 300, I'd actually prefer to see trades back under IB. So a short would be lose this 300, right? Go through this low volume area, leave this node behind. You're right. Come back into the IB and accept this and show either a lack of willingness to bid this area or an inability to offer that stepping down that sees continuation back through IB. So something like this. If we're under IB, oh man, it's probably going to be a really good short, honestly. Um, Tick with Hakeneshi. Oh yeah, yeah. I think Leo, I'm not sure if he still uses it, but Leo does, or he used to do at least, volume with Hakeneshi. Super crazy combo or something like that. I'm a simple guy. 1 minute chart, Hakeneshi. But when 1200 is stepping down to 335 now. But when the market's more consolidated, like more recently, I went down to 500 volume. So anyways, uh we've gone through chat. High time frame stuff. This is how I mark my zones. I look to see positioning, right? Positioning and what occurs. So it would be something like this. If we go further back, you see the market's just moving up, right? Where are they not going down? It's just consistently tapering down side, values shifting up, markets moving up, and we finally break this range, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this then. This to me is most recent volume, a build that led to the higher range. Coming back, this should hold. You can see it's tapered every time. They actually didn't even try. They would just taper. The market is now in agreement that we're not going to trade downside. No one's willing to sell down here, only up here. Buyers still willing to buy, right? So we break, we fail. What I'm going to do is this. Wait, we extend this balance, we fail. Where did it occur? Well, it's these guys. So now I'm going to mark this. Right, you see we come up, yeah, you get a little offer, but they hold this range still, break it through. Um, you can see it still works, right? Coming back, but to me, this inventory flushed out. It's done. Back. So now that this holds, I'm gonna be mindful of, okay, it's like still tapering. It's tapered here, it tapered here again. Let's keep an eye. So it keeps tapering, keeps tapering. We come up, right? But before we do, we break out, we build, we fail it. Now I'm marking this. Now I'm interested in this. What happens? We get some offer, but it's really shallow. They don't get anywhere with this offer. Forget it, right? Things like that. So on downside, vice versa. What am I looking at? Well, we have overlapping right here. It's constantly bidding, right? So I'm going to mark it like this and be mindful that this zone's going to break a lot, right? Because these downside touches. But what I'm referencing is this. Again, every level, every zone is a reference. It's not like it's in the zone. I got to take a position. No, I want to see what happens in here. Because if this holds, we get to move up, right? So if we're cracking through the zone, I'm hands off. I'll be mindful of the taper. Maybe I'll position here for really tight risk, but I'd like it to get back in and through. Show me failure. I want information. That's, oh, they filled them. 1,400 lots, the 45. Yep, he got filled. He was for real. So yeah, anyways, I want to see that interaction because if this works, it's a high time frame level. We got a high time frame move all the way up. It's fine. I don't need to be first to the party. I want to get in when the information is very clear. So that's one example. Another one would be this. This is the most recent one. Taper. We don't know the answer yet. We come out, they actually build it, and they lose it. This is something I'd keep moving onwards, honestly. And then we get another build, we lose that. So now it's like, now we're just failing. The supply has hit the market. Builds. And where this was tapered prior, right? Let's be mindful of this. This was holding because no one's willing to sell these prices. What does volume build mean then? It means interest, and it means there's an offer that has stepped down and they're filling. Two-way tape creates volume nodes. So now this is very interesting to me. I'm marking this out, right? So this is a level, this is a zone of mine. You won't see it on here. It's elsewhere. This is a zone of mine. They came down, they offered, they failed it. This is even an even better zone. You can see yesterday they offered it. So today they might offer it, they might not, who knows? Be mindful, low volume area. But this is where supply has shown its hand. Look at the build, interest, drove it. They actually drove the price down. Drove it again, but higher low, right? They did not get that continuation move off of this. This is what makes it dangerous now. They should have seen continuation lower, but they didn't in this low volume area. Actually, they held it higher and they broke this swing now. The likelihood of this holding is significantly less compared to this right now because of where they're coming from, because of what information has now been relayed into the market. Prior to this higher low, no one really knew, right? People are like, yeah, maybe it'll go lower, maybe it'll go higher, who knows? But there's seemingly an answer right now. If no one is willing to sell this low volume area, okay, they tried to sell it prior. If this didn't work, this definitely is not going to work. It's a taper. How is this going to work if this ain't going to work? We have our answer. No one's willing to sell these prices. Where are we going to go? Right? So this is how I'm marking my stuff. And this is another one. I would mark this. So the reason this isn't marked, because all the way over here, right, I had this. And this was here, right? Coming back to it again. Let me show you guys. Try to extend this thing. It's great lows, right? Same spot. They tapered it again. The market, after finally finding supply, driving it down through this balance, found the same answer. Still, nobody's willing. After all this time, nobody's willing to sell these prices. So they go through the balance again up here. And again, let me just mark this, all right? Look at where they're holding. This balance is in this range. If they're not going to trade this balance again, where are they going to go? The other side of things. That's where they are now. If they fail here, chances are they'll come back, test it again. If they fail this again, they're going to ping pong. If they go through, they're going to knife it through. test this volume again, this range, fail it, go to the next spot, see if they taper here again. Right. So that's literally my high time frame reads. Nothing more than that. Nothing super fancy. I'm not like, you don't see 360 lines on it. You don't see, I don't know, mumbo jumbo A5 Wagyu 360 setup pattern. It's literally just, hey, what has volume done? What hasn't it done? When it's done something, what did they get out of it? What did the market do about it? And this is something that's not just high time frame. I'm doing it in a fractal way. I'm doing this down to execution time frame with the intraday, 5 minute footprints. I'm doing the same thing all the time, and that's what keeps me consistent. Uh, okay, yeah, let me get back to the chat. My bad, guys. Did they fill at 200? They filled them. They filled them at POC. So it says 13 something delta. It was like 1400 plus delta there. What am I looking on the profile when looking for reversals? Losses of volume. So as I said earlier, volume is building higher. No fade, because as long as they're going directionally, they're going to keep building higher and higher and higher. Don't get in the way. It's not until they have a build and they lose that downside. That's what is the premise of the dead body setup in the first place. When they stop being able to auction higher, they lose the volume, and you see the change of hands. They can't auction higher anymore. And then they're going to start working their way back down like a ladder. Where can you learn all this stuff? YouTube. The way that I'm doing, I haven't seen it anywhere else. It's just something I've settled in. I don't know where you can learn the stuff that I'm talking about specifically, like, but order flow is order flow, guys. You can learn on YouTube. There's Axia, there's this and this. YouTube University's got it all for you. I also have a YouTube if you want to see executions, how I execute on the DOM. That's kind of where I wanted my focus to be, because that's something a lot of people shy from. They're not showing real-time executions. They're showing after the fact. They're showing this. There's not much NQ ladder work. It's ES ladder, if anything. Things that you can do to tighten up your risk. What's the name of the
XYZ.
Hey, what's up, Jim?
Good job today, man. That was a really good hour, man.
Yeah, the market is being extra nice to me today. I do want to tell you guys one thing too. The market was very nice to me today. I'm not hopping in every day and I'm hitting banger trades, downside, upside, 100 points down here and like whatever points up. These are the days where I'm taking the week off, right? They give me this kind of thing. I'm taking the week off. It's
Your
phenomenal.
trades were only half your greatness. The other half was your explanation of what you're seeing on the chart. And that's where the money is.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do my best to just try to interact with chat and trade. It's the chat, like a tape, flies a lot faster in the morning. I try to get through everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this could be, we could rename this from NinjaTrader Live to XYZ Wednesday.
NinjaTrader TED Talk. So I just go on rants. Yeah, I always go on rants in like the OFL Discord. I go on rants, and after a while, I catch myself. I'm like, "Thank you for coming to my TED Talk." Anyways,
Oh man, it's awesome to have a TED Talk where you actually trade in live markets also.
yeah, I do my best.
Robert's in the chats. He's like, "Hey, thank you, XYZ. Come to the next meetup in Chicago. Great time was had by all."
Yeah, I'm glad you guys had fun. I mean, Stowe was sending us like pictures. He's having a blast. We're glad that at least he was able to go out there as like our representative, send him out there. But yeah, it was just too late notice for me, man. I did at some point. I was trying to work around it. I was looking at flights. I had the hotel stuff, and I was like, I don't think I could swing it though.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it was tough in the last second. But it's what you just said though is I'm going to remember that Stowe is your representative now.
Stowe's our guy. I mean, he's the band's front man. Who else could it be?
I know. I know.
I'm like,
Right.
I tell these guys, he's like the singer, right? He's the lead singer.
Yeah.
Nick's on like the guitar or the drums. Leo's the band manager, and I'm like that guy in the piano. I'm the keyboard guy in the back. No one really recognizes there. But Stowe's that
Oh,
guy, man. He's
I'm at
he's
the front taking tickets, man. I'm not even on the stage. Oh man. Any event, man. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate you a million times over. Thanks for being with us here on NinjaTrader Live. And when's the next time we're going to see you?
In 2 hours, Jim.
Oh, double duty. That's right.
Yeah,
That's awesome. Who are you with? With Nick or
Nick.
Leo?
I feel like my mouth is so dry right now. I feel like I've spoken so much. I'm gonna be completely silent for the afternoon stream.
A couple of IPAs, you'll be back on your feet this afternoon. Anyway, I appreciate it, man. We will see you this afternoon. We're going to do a quick edge report here and we're going to end the morning stream. So I'll talk to you soon, XY.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, chat. See you guys.
All right, a couple things here are interesting. At least I thought they were interesting. E-mini S&P. This is a daily chart. We've been talking about this the last couple of days with Pharm. I have that volume profile set from last week, and I'm covering this week as well, just to see how this fills out, to see if we get a normal distribution at the end of the day, or at least we know where the primary points of control are. And right now we have three kind of cooking. We have the official point of control up here at 6409. We have the bottom one I've been talking about forever at 62.64, and then we have volume accumulation in the middle here, pretty close to the middle, 63.36. And where's the exact middle? Well, I measured the top wick to the bottom wick, and we get another midpoint of all of this price action is 63.54, and we're north of that right now. We're well north of that Monday midpoint that I was talking about earlier. So buyers kind of defended this, all of this volume down here. Buyers kind of defended it, pushed us back up right here, and we're poised to make if we were to close right now, another equal and opposite, maybe even a bullish engulfing candle is developed on our radar screen. So even though we're having some down dislocations, this market wants to be up. My bias is still pretty positive here in the E-mini S&P. Just kind of shooting over to our intraday chart. We got a 30-minute chart up here. We almost touched that Jax 2 level, 63.75, and we hit that one-day max, which is close to a blind spot here. This is a Menthor Q measure, which I love these Menthor Q levels. This is kind of part of their proprietary secret sauce, if you will. 63.80 half would be the next target up for me would be that target up. Up and beyond that, we really have R2 all the way up here at 64 even. Long way to go, but anything could happen here. I mean, the range isn't that huge right now. The daily range is 61. The average true range is, 62. So we hit that. Remember, average true range is just average, right? So we have some days higher, some days lower. So I'm not sure that this is over yet, but the last three 30-minute candles are pretty nice. We have a nice breakout to the upside of the initial balance later on this afternoon. I'll post some stats from Edgeful to tell us what the chances of a double break are, which would mean we'd have to have a really big sell-off. But the other thing to keep in mind, point of control is way down here. This is still a low, small case B distribution, 63.37. It's kind of in the middle. It's just a little bit of in the middle of the initial balance here in the U.S. And by the way, think we're talking about initial balances, we're trading above that London initial balance as well. So all things are looking pretty positive here for the E-mini S&P. Let's just pivot over to the Bitcoin really quickly here, and then it's time for lunch, and probably going to play with the tennis ball with Pup Cup in a little while here. So interestingly enough, we had this long period of a consolidation, right? We're talking the middle of July, almost for all of July, actually for the last 2 weeks of July. Consolidation, sideways action. That support was sitting there at 116,735. And now we're kind of, trying to get back up there, trying to get back into it. But this is now resistance. This rectangle here was support. Now it's resistance. And you can see it in the last three candles. We're battling our way through the rectangle. We're right at that 8 EMA right now. No wick on the top. So this is, kind of following suit with the equity markets as well. And if you really squint, the bodies of today's candle, if we were to close today at the price we're at right now, would be, barely, but it would be a bullish engulfing. It's a pretty bullish move up. And just to kind of take a look at some intraday targets as well, we hit that high vol level at that even number, 116,000. Not a surprise there, but then there's that one-day max again, 116,485. That's my next target up here for the Bitcoin. Daily range has been 2,290. The ATR is 3,214. That's a 14-period measurement. So Again, more room on the upside here. 117,230. It's R2. And then that call resistance level, that's a 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance level, is at 117,500. So there's some targets for the bulls there for the micro Bitcoin if we could get back up there, trading well above that session VWAP as well. All right, great morning session this morning. How about Brent this morning? If you haven't listened to that, go back and listen to it. Brent Donnelly, he was awesome. Appreciate everybody being here in the chat. Great group of chatters today, and great. Appreciate everybody viewing us. Appreciate the thumbs up for everybody. Also hitting that subscribe button. That's near and dear to my heart. And this afternoon, remember, me and Shai, 2:30, hot commodities, and then shortly after that, we're going to be trading the close. XYZ's coming back again, working double time, and he's going to be with Nick for a tick. So that's going to make for some interesting end of day price potential trades. Those guys are awesome in the afternoon too. So hopefully we'll see you there. Everybody, thank you for the kind words in the chat. So we're going to leave it there. I'm going to go get lunch, play with the tennis ball with the pup, and we will be back to finish the afternoon strong.